that's why I got the hell out of there. When I did, right? It's suspicious to me how the other
long term it's a win zero. All the privacy stuff is all bullshit.
Exactly. No, I'm with you. 100%. It's just very suspicious how all the other cryptos are down right now, man. I was just looking at the other cryptos and the charts and stuff, and I'm like, damn,
all the chart out like now.
I'm not sure.
I'm wondering if
Bitcoin's down, right? So Bitcoin being down, and
I'm wondering if we're getting to a point 50 where Bitcoiners. Okay, so that's it, but we're gonna get to a point where the shitcoiners are like, we can't have multiple shitcoin narratives because we know they're so weak, and they're gonna choose one shitcoin narrative at a time, because that's all they're able to pump.
Well, are you guys
liquidity
bullish on? Go ahead.
Michael was saying, like, there's only so much liquidity left, which is why you don't see the other shitcoins doing anything.
Yeah, man, I don't even foresee that Shiba coin as performing very much, because so much people are hopeful of it, right? Yeah, I think that's an indication that
I forgot about Shiba. Yeah, poor Rita, man. That's a show coming on that. It's probably because
they finally back down a little bit. It's finally down to 0.33. It hit 0.04 recently. So I guess that means we still have room to fall.
What's the market cap on Shiba? What's the market cap currently? Because I think it might be kind of high at this point.
I don't even know how to look this thing up, dude. There's so many different Shiba.
That one is Shiba Inu. Shiba Inu is the one that was on the blockchain. Shiba Inu. INU. But again, I just think that when too many people get on board, the likelihood that everybody's going to get, large profits, it's likely slim. For this reason, I'm considering just getting out of that Zcash at $1,000, man. Walk away with another $10 grand when I'm done. I'm not messing around with it. Are you gonna pay your taxes on that? Yeah, man, I always do, man. Unfortunately, they always hit me upside the head with that. I don't fuck around with the government, man. I give them their money. Man. I just don't want to give them a reason to come after me, bro. Yeah, man, crypto's been very, 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 very good to me, man. Very good. Life-changing money. And I tell people to look into it. I don't tell them like this is financial advice. I say, hey, listen, you might want to look into this crypto thing, right? There's a lot of promise in it. I can hear you got a little ink fighter right there. Yeah, that's the French bulldog. We messing around with stuff. Yeah, man. She'll try to get at you too, She'll try to get at the big toe. But yeah, no, man, life is cool, man, with the crypto opportunities, man. When I first started off, this was around COVID time, and I thought crypto was bullshit. I didn't understand it. I mean, I still learn things, even to this day. But that crypto thing, man, it's incredible, man. Incredible, man. What I learned within investing in crypto, like you never put in what you're not able to just lose. You don't do that. You get burned. For sure. But you guys were speaking about America and opportunities, man. I I don't think that these other nations just have the opportunity to do these type of moves, right? With crypto, buying in early and things like that. I don't think they got the access to the platforms, right? Which would allow for them to just put in their money.
No, they do, bro. At least with Bitcoin, they do. They do. It's just, I think that's some of the freedom of
when season 3 of fucking Solar Living is coming up. 2028.
Little fighting within the Republican Party between somebody who was considered super MAGA and kind of your more nasty, rather racially tinged section of the Republican Party fighting with Donald Trump.
That's what I'm
is that it's really important to plan for when you are older, that if you're lucky enough to make it into old age, that you will need care, you will need assistance, and not to scare anybody, and things do change, but it's important that you have enough money to pay people if you need such care.
Initially, he's not even a discussion. They're discussing some globally over the past decade, new research shows there has been a 17% drop in the number of United States adults who say religion is an important part of their daily life between 2015, when it was 66%, and this year when it dropped to 49%, according to recent Gallup polls. This is the largest Gallup has recorded in any country over any 10-year period since 2007. The United States has long been regarded as one of the world's more religious developed nations. Gallup data shows the country is now drawing closer to the secular norms found in other advanced economies. This substantial shift reflects profound social and cultural changes as generational replacement and broader secularization reshape the country's religious landscape. Gallup survey is based on results from the World Poll, which questioned people in 160 countries. The global median for the importance of religion has remained steady at about 81% since 2007. And in contrast, the United States figure has declined, currently standing at 49%. Only 14 out of 160 countries surveyed experienced a drop of more than 15%. While religion remains more important in daily life for Americans than for many economic peers, the gap has never, ever been narrower in Gallup's history. The United States, as a result, now occupies a unique position, maintaining a median-high Christian identity with middling religiosity compared to global norms. This trend aligns with findings from other research. Previous Pew Research data shows that Christian disaffiliation or religious switching is driving the decline. Only 83% of adults raised as Christians still identify as Christian, a lower retention rate than for Muslim or Hindus. Notably, most religious switching results in adults becoming unaffiliated rather than adopting a new faith. Nationally, just 46% of Americans born after 1990 still identify as Christian, and young adults are much more likely to report no religion compared to older generations, according to the Pew Research Center. The geographic pattern of religious decline is uneven across the United States. Newsweek has mapped out which states are losing religion the fastest in proportion of non-religious people in America. The proportion of non-religious people in America is growing in every state except South Dakota. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Utah, Wisconsin, Missouri, Montana, and Pennsylvania had the largest growth in the population of people who identified as religiously unaffiliated since 2007. The sun rises as the steeple of Emmanuel AME Church stands behind an American flag, flying at half-staff, taken in. Oh, that's something different. I'm sorry, forgot I said that. Gallup researchers Benedict Vickers and Julie Ray said in their study, the long-term decline in religiosity places the United States in a unique position on the global religious landscape. Most countries fall into one of four patterns: highly religious with Christian identity, high religiosity with another religious identity, often Muslim, although there are several countries in the Middle East where Gallup does not ask religious identity questions, low religiosity with Christian identity, or low religiosity with no religious identity. The United States no longer fits neatly into any of these categories, having a medium-high Christian identity, but middling religiosity. Yuping Tong, research associate at Pew Center, said the decline is largely due to people shedding their religious identity after having been raised in a particular religion. What happens next? While Gallup poll and Pew, both of the data suggest the decline in religiosity may be plateauing after a long period of sustained growth in religious nuns, that is N-O-N-E-S, not N-U-N-S, the long-term trajectory remains uncertain. Both researchers and religious leaders will track whether this stabilization persists as the younger, less religious people become a larger share of the adult population. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Ask the Atheist with Reverend Scott and the Mod Squad. If you're here for the first time, this is how the show works. And by the way, if you can tell, I have a little bit of a cold this morning, but I will work through it. Everybody in the audience is encouraged to raise their hand. Come on up and talk about whatever you want. You can talk about God, religion, current events, politics, the show, you, me. You can go on a narrative or talk to me or my Mod Squad. I have, without a doubt, assembled the best Mod Squad in the history of Clubhouse. They have a wide range of fields of expertise and knowledge. And since nobody new is on stage, let's say hello to our Mod Squad. First up is Violet. Violet, good morning and congratulations for winning your very first debate last night in the Apes. How are you?
Good morning, Steve.
You sounded awful shocked that you won.
Well, I felt it was so nerve-wracking, and I felt very clumsy as I was doing it. I can barely remember what I said because I was, very.
You basically said, "Hi, everybody. I'm Violet. Vote for me."
But no, it was fun, and now I'm gonna do it again, I guess. And then
All right, you liked it so much the first time. Can't wait to do it a second time.
Yeah, well, more because it's the tournament. I don't know if I'd do another one quite so soon. But anyway, it was fun, and I will give it another shot. I might end up debating you, Steve, if you beat Samoa and I beat whoever's in my bracket.
I sure hope I don't have to debate. I want to help you. I don't want to debate you.
I know, I feel the same way. I'm like, I don't want to debate Steve.
Yeah. Let's say hello to James Corletta, JCC. Happy Sunday. How are you? Thank you for doing the heavy lifting.
Yo, good morning, dude.
Yo,
And a cup of Joe. Hope everyone else is doing great as well on this awesome Sunday morning. Man, I feel like a stool. I missed the Aurora Borealis here in Texas, in San Antonio. I didn't notice it hit the skies. I saw a YouTube clip that because of the Arctic blast, we were able to visualize the Aurora Borealis, so I missed out on that. So I'm a little bummed, but I saw a video. Ooh. Anyway, hope everyone's having a great Sunday.
well, let's see if another member of our mod squad who lives in Texas, and also, by the way, the newest member of our mod squad, saw it. Good morning, Marshall Rankin. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. How are you? And did you see the Aurora Borealis? Marshall Rankin going once. Marshall Rankin going twice.
It was like 3 days ago, so it wasn't loud.
Okay. Well, I told him.
I'm here.
Oh, there you go. You're not cleaning your gun, are you?
No, I'm trying to pick out a movie to go see later today.
Okay. How are you? Good morning. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Did you see the Aurora Borealis 3 days ago?
No, we're too far south for that.
Got you. Good morning. What's going on? You said you're going to check out a movie or something?
Yeah, I'm going to go see the sequel to Now You See Me.
Okay.
The Imagine movies. Doesn't seem to be anything else super great on right now.
Yeah.
So I gotta do that. I gotta pick up a bookshelf, which is good, but I'll find a place to put all my books. That's about it.
All right. Thank you, Marshall.
Oh,
It's a
also,
pleasure.
just so you know,
Yes.
we need to check out Paul's comment in the chat. We may need to have another 9/11. It seems like fairly provocative to me, but
Well, I'll tell you what. The mod squad has the total autonomy to delete any comments in the group chat, but don't bounce anybody out of the room without checking with me.
yes, sir.
What we normally do, or what I encourage, is when we have comments in the group chat that we feel are stupid, ridiculous, or idiotic, we invite those people up. And then if we invite them up, and then maybe we call them out, and then maybe, if they refuse to come up after we invite them to defend their stupidity, then I will bounce them from the room. But you guys have the autonomy to delete inappropriate comments in the group chat. You don't need to check with me. And thank you, Marshall. Appreciate you doing the heavy lifting. Let's say hello to Alfonso. Alfonso, good morning. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting, Alfonso. All right. Well,
Good morning.
hello.
Everyone.
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
And I do see Paul is on stage. Paul, we'll get to you in a minute or two. Let's say hello to Richard. Richard, good morning. Condolences on behalf of the entire mod squad, and thank you for doing the heavy lifting, Richard.
I attended my brother's. He did not want a funeral. He made known to all of us before he passed. He wanted a party. He wanted all his a celebration.
Celebration of life. Yeah, I
And
will
that's
too.
what and that's what we had. His children are very accomplished media manipulators, so they created a small movie about his life, a real hurry. There's lots of photos of his childhood and his family. It was just a beautiful event, about 100 people, and because I was his brother, the funny thing is, and I looked a lot like him, everybody didn't know who each other was because they'd never been around came over to me. He says, "Are you his brother?" Like there's 100 people. I had to talk to each and every one of them because I look just like him. And in any case, it was a very, very well done affair, and I was touched by it. I got close with my nieces and nephews and my whole family, and got to be able to connect with them. They were all in town to go to it, so that was a good experience. But I did notice today that Bitcoin has been hovering around. I put a note in the chat around 100,000 here for almost a year. It's like it won't make up its mind. Is it going to keep going down, or is it going to go back up? So I'm just sharing a topic for future reference. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Glad to be back.
Thank you. And last but not least, let's say hello to Reverend Scott, who believes in God and ministers our flock. Good morning, Reverend. How are you? Thank you for doing the heavy lifting.
Good morning, Uncle Steve. I'm doing some heavy lifting, baby. I'm ready to do some lifting here, baby. Ready to be part of the best mod squad on Clubhouse, and ready to see what we've got going on. What sort of nieces and nephews come through the door this morning? Exciting stuff, Uncle Steve. Exciting.
Thank you. And if you want to come on up, now's a good time. Let's say hello to Paul. Paul, good morning. Is this your first time on the show?
No, I think I am many of them.
Oh, is it D'Ambrosio?
Yes.
Hi, Paul. What's up with maybe we need another 9/11? What's up there, bro?
No, I don't mean that. I mean, Marshall is crazy, baby.
Hey, wait. He's our newest member of the mod squad. Go easy.
I want to explain what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because he doesn't want to listen. I'm saying I was at 9/11 and people went to church because of that. That's all I'm saying. People need to
come back to religion, and your best recommendation to help them do that is another 9/11.
No, I said a tragedy will do that.
Okay.
A car accident, a train accident, all right? And people have said that before, so he should go after that, all right?
How about, hey, I'm not saying you, but how about if we all go to our loved ones and say, honey, if you love me, you'll go back to church with me. How about that one?
That's up to them.
Okay, all right. What about you? Are you still going to your house of worship on a regular basis?
I do my own.
Your own. Does that mean you're a non-affiliated person who believes in God?
Yes.
Okay. And
But
go ahead.
But I may go back. But what I'm saying is, I would like to know what coaches are not religious.
What coaches are not religious? Can you expand on that? What do you mean? What coaches? I don't understand.
What I'm saying, it could be, okay, it could be black people going to church and less white people going. That's all I'm saying.
When you say coaches, do you mean like football coaches? Seriously?
C-U-L-T-U-R-E.
C-U-L.
Culture.
Culture. I thought you said coaches. What culture is not going to church? I think it's across the board, according to the study.
No, I think it's some sectors are different.
Okay. And let me ask you, when you said you used to go, but you stopped going, and now you practice on your own, was that as of COVID?
No,
How long have you been doing it on your own?
for years.
Okay, years prior to COVID, I presume. And do you want to tell us what's involved with that, or is it too personal?
It's my own. It's my own.
It's your own way of celebrating God.
No, it's my own belief.
Okay. You want to keep it there? You don't want to expand on it?
I think that's good enough.
All right. No problem. Sometimes Sometimes religion is a very personal experience. People don't want to talk about it. Other times, they knock on your front door and beg you to talk about it. So no, I respect that. That's not a problem. Let's go to Reverend. Oh, if you're in the audience and want to come up, please. Let's go to Reverend Scott. Reverend Scott, what do you think in general about people that practice their own religion on their own, like Paul or others, versus people that feel they need to go to a specific house of worship, and follow the rules to a T? Is there anything in between, or Reverend Scott, what do you think?
Well, I think this. I think it's fine for anybody to practice whatever sort of religiosity they want, and whatever works for them. I do wonder. It's. I think being a part. It's a study showed that going to church or synagogue has a lot of mental health benefits. Like you're less depressed, you're less anxious, stuff like that.
You're around other people, you feel part of a group and a community.
Right. So I wonder about the effects of sort of doing stuff on your own. I wonder if that religion is as psychologically helpful and healthy as it is to go to a church or synagogue or something, right? Like that's. I think that there's probably it's probably not as beneficial to you to just do it on your own. But I don't know. I mean, look, people are busy. I think it can be a drag to show up to places and things like that. So I mean, I get it, but I do think showing up as part of and you can be part of communities that aren't churches or synagogues. But the research shows that for some reason those kinds of communities, those religious communities, are really psychologically beneficial to people. So
one of the reasons why I love sports, you've got people coming together for a common goal. It doesn't involve religion. I mean, it could, but it doesn't. And coming together for a common goal, and then going out and competing, and then win, lose, or draw, how you play the game, blah, blah, blah. You get up the next morning and you do it again, but it's a sense of community. It's a common goal. It's people working together, and also getting healthier, exercise. Nothing wrong with that at all. Anybody else on the Mod Squad want to comment on this issue, or should we move on? Just Marshall, please go ahead.
I was just actually sociology and religion class in college. And one of the things I learned is that people, like vast groups of people, are more drawn to strict religions rather than lax religions, which I think is interesting. There's also a difference in how one believes. If you were upper middle class or rich, the services tend to be more ceremonial, versus if you're on the lower end of the ladder, God is with you every day in a realistic walk that's not abstract like the upper middle class. Anyway, what I wanted to add on to is that the Reverend Scott's comments.
Thank you. Would anybody else on the Mod Squad like to contribute?
I think
Yes.
going to church or synagogue or Hindu temple, it might be good for believers, but I was sharing yesterday how I was invited to a Hare Krishna ceremony and people kind of assumed I was still.
Yes, you spoke about that yesterday. Yes.
So it actually gives me more anxiety because if you don't believe, and you and people think you're one of them, and all of a sudden they discover that you're actually not part of a sect, group, religion. How does that affect your?
Well, if I remember correctly, you said when they started praying, rather than remaining silent, you prayed with them.
Yeah, and that makes it even worse because they're like, oh, this guy's really devoted, right? And it was singing, basically. It was bhajans, right? It was Hindu worship music that he repeat as mantras, but with music. So it is pleasant to, sing with a group, but, the moment they
Turn singing into praying.
no, the moment the lid comes off the pot of vipers.
The moment the lid comes off a pot of vipers. Okay, I've never heard that one before. I've heard cat. The moment the cat's out of the bag, we've heard that one before, right?
Yeah, but I wanted to make it more intense. But yeah,
You did. Do any of you remember the former Kentucky county clerk named Kim Davis?
Yes.
About 10 years ago, who refused to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples, citing her religious belief. Well, guess what? The Supreme Court just recently declined to revisit the same-sex marriage ruling. The United States Supreme Court has declined a petition to revisit its landmark 2015 decision in Obergefell, Obergefell versus Hodges, which legalized same-sex marriage nationwide. Kim, is that all you've got to do is appeal a decision that's 10 years old? Shame on you, Kim. The court's refusal was issued without comment, and no justice publicly dissented. Advocates for LGBTQ rights, including Lambda, Lambda Legal, praised the decision as a reaffirmation of marriage equality, but they also warned that future legal challenges could arise. This decision is being interpreted as a signal that despite the court's current composition, it may be reluctant to roll back precedent on marriage. You think? I'm going to need some help on this next one. Reverend Scott or anybody, SIKH, Sika Community Marks. Sika?
Seek. Yeah, seek.
Seek Community Marks 350th Marty Dom anniversary of Guru Tech Badur. Oh my, sorry everybody, I butchered that.
I think it's Guru Nanak.
There you go. Thank you. In Punjab, India, November has been officially declared as Marty Dom Remembrance Month to commemorate the 350th anniversary of the Marty Dom of Siri, SRI, Guru Tech. Go ahead. Saguntek, the ninth CK Guru. Hundreds of events are underway, including kirtans, devotional singing, daily prayers, artists, educational programs, and selfless service camps. More than 1.2 million people, devotees, have already participated, according to state reports. The commemorations will culminate later this month in Antapur Sahib with a major Sarb Dharm all-faith conference scheduled. The government has also launched a 15-day moral education drive in schools across Punjab to teach young people about the Guru's legacy. This person is remembered not only for his faith, but for his sacrifice in defending religious freedom and human dignity, themes emphasized in this year's observances. It sounds like you know a little bit more about it, Alfonso, than the rest of us. You want to take a minute or two and talk about it, or are you good?
Yeah. So my mother was invited by his Babaji Guru, and was really sad not to go because he just underwent surgery, but she was dying to go. And yeah, they're celebrating, like you said, I think is it 200 years of Guru Nanak?
I think it's at 350. I'll check while you keep talking. Yeah.
And so I think the Sikh community.
350. Yeah.
Okay. The Sikh community worldwide is one of the most charitable organizations there are. The work they do is amazing. They welcome people in their city, give them food and lodging. So I would claim that even though most religions have or promote charity, they're probably the ones who really follow up and are most genuine when it comes to charity and helping people and being welcoming. It's a really amazing faith to follow.
Thank you very much. Cartoon, can you unmute for a moment, please?
This is Richard to mention if I
Hang on a second, Richard. Cartoon, can you unmute? Cartoon, yeah. Hi, is this your first time on the show?
Yes. Am I rude?
Hang on. I want to talk to you. I want to give you a fresh try, but can you wait about 5 or 10 minutes because we have Mod Squad popcorn coming up? Can you wait about 5 or 10 minutes? I guarantee I want to talk to you. Is that okay?
It's okay.
All right, we'll speak to you in about 5 or 10 minutes. Please stay on stage, and now it's time for Mod Squad popcorn. And if you're in the audience and you want to come up now, it's a good time during Mod Squad popcorn. But this is where we get to learn about the Mod Squad. So this is where the Mod Squad talks, and the rest of you all listen to this. Will last for a couple of minutes, and then we'll go back to cartoon. So Mod Squad, take it away.
So to complete what I was trying to say, for those on the stage that don't know what Sikh is, to make an analogy, I have a degree in religion, so I'm not naive. Sikh would be to Hinduism, perhaps, what Christianity would be to Judaism or the Abrahamic religions. Although it can get muddy, but Sikh is a branch that is affiliated with Hinduism. So I'll leave that.
Yeah, Richard, isn't it kind of a hybrid, like Hinduism with some Islamic influences? Like it's some blends, yeah.
And it is from India. Its history originates in the state of Punjab. That's why it's like that would be like Rome to the Catholic Church, or Judaism, Jerusalem to the Jewish faith. It would be Punjab is where it was born in India. So.
By the way, Richard, I lost a few more pounds, so I'm a little hotter.
Oh, you're getting me all verklempt. You gotta stop, Steve. Because I'm starting. Never mind. I'm not gonna. Let's not go there today. I'm trying to remain respectful of my brother. You know, we can do that next week. We'll talk naughty next week. Hello, everybody. I just want to say. To straighten out the lines of all these religions we're talking about. For those on stage who don't, or are down in the audience who aren't familiar. Here we go.
Hey Scott, in regards to church attendance, do you know, is there a proportion of how many churches are more like the mega churches where they have a lot of money, they broadcast on TV? Are less large churches disappearing? Because that's one thing that I think is important, to find a congregation and a pastor you're comfortable with. And a lot of the bigger churches, sometimes the bigger churches can seem more like a formality or a ritual with a the large congregation divided into cliques and stuff, so harder for sociality. Does that make any difference?
I think what's interesting, first off, there's not that many, there's a few thousand mega churches in the country. There's not that many, right? They seem ubiquitous just because they get so much press coverage, but in general, they're not the norm. They're a distinct minority among congregations. The average Christian church is like less than 80 members, and that's not how many are showing up on Sunday. That's the membership rules. Most churches don't get their whole membership over Sunday. So yeah, the studies I've read, sociological studies and stuff, that show that actually people in mega churches find more connection, and this is largely because they have more programming, right? More small groups and more groups for single moms and groups for retired dads and groups. So while the Sunday morning might feel less personal because it's so big, these people that are part of mega churches actually report getting more of those kind of benefits that we're talking about in religious community because they have more money and they have more staff and they can just provide more religious services for the congregants.
I see what you're saying, Scott. My only concern about that is people's time constraints. I mean, when you are working a lot because you're going paycheck to paycheck or whatever, it can be hard to, devote time to outside of Sunday activities. Although I guess, if you really want it, if there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, no, people also feel less societal sort of influence or pressure to like go to church, right? People are busier, people do other activities. I think but I think this is part of the vulnerability of, look, mega churches are losing attendance just like every other church, but like every other size. But the thing is, a mega church can survive it easier, right? You lose 10% of your membership as a mega church, you're not going to feel that much, right? But if you're a small church of 50 people and you lose 5, that could torpedo the congregation, or you might have lost your biggest giver, your biggest volunteer. It's just the attrition in smaller churches just kills them. Okay, quick.
One of the big features is, real quick, big mega church system, Steve and Scott, is that they have got very large music production, so that there is this element of the society that's drawn to the mega churches, at least where I am, for the music. The music is so beautiful and it's so well orchestrated. It's part of the experience, but I'll leave it at that. Are we done, Steve?
My church is tiny.
Oh, sorry, Marshall, go ahead.
No, I was going to say my church is really small too. My PCA congregation, we have maybe like 15 members, like 75 members on the rolls, and we usually get between like 30 and 35 people every Sunday, something like that. Sometimes less.
Not you today, Marshall.
Churches start till 11.
Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. How to marinate the meat. Let me teach you how to eat. It's a culinary treat. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat.
All right, we'll have another Mod Squad popcorn in about 15 minutes. Mandatory break coming up in about top of the hour. If you're in the audience and want to come up and talk about anything, we encourage you to be bold, brave, courageous. Raise your hand and do that, just like Cartoon did. Cartoon, thank you for being patient. It's a pleasure to have you here. I think you said this is the first time on the show, right? Cartoon?
Hello, am I audible?
Hi, yes. Is this your first time on the show?
Yes.
Well, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. What would you like to talk about?
I would like to talk about ism.
Ism, okay.
Yes, first of all, let's talk about, see, what is Ism.
Ism?
So, yeah, what is the meaning of ism? Like,
I have no idea. What is the meaning of ism? I don't know.
in my understanding, I think people sharing similar beliefs, they put together in a box and we label it as a ism. Like if people collectively believe that the system should run like this, people all are capitalists, then together they will be capital, then all they will be following capitalism. Is this the definition of ism? So is ism a
Cartoonist Richard, I think on basic terms, ism is a conflagration or a assimilation of thought. That's what it turns a word into an assimilation of thought. Capitalism, socialism, atheism. It's a conflagration. It's a way to turn a word into a whole group of thought. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, certainly capitalism and communism are completely opposite and different. They're not the same, yeah.
Mhm. So, what is the definition of religion? So, is capitalism a religion?
No, capitalism is not a religion because capitalism does not have an unidentifiable higher power at its center. 99% of all religions have some type of God at the center of their worship. There is, of course, the Church of Satanism and the Satanic Church, which I believe most, if not all, the members are atheists. But capitalism is not a religion, just like atheism is not a religion. The reason is because it doesn't have a God or a deity at its center.
So, Jainism also don't have a deity or god.
Excuse me, what word?
Jainism.
Jainism.
I didn't hear the word.
Jainism.
Jainism?
Jainism, Steve.
Jainism. I've never heard the word before.
So,
Well,
Jainism
they
is
split into two groups, one called Skyclad and the other not Skyclad. Which that's far enough from our religion class anyway.
Marshall, do you want to tell us a little bit? I was going to say, if the Mod Squad wants to tell us a little more about Jainism, that'd be great. I've never heard of it.
We had a Jain on Clubhouse a year or two ago, maybe, and he said, and she said that they are atheistic, but they worship their gurus. So there's as gods. So there's a bit of a paradox there.
And they love Jane's addiction. They love the band Jane's addiction. Don't forget that.
But do they love Jane Rosenzweig? Just kidding, Jane, if you're listening.
Who doesn't love the wonderful Jane Rosenzweig? She's one of the stars of this app.
I like Jane a lot, actually.
And
Go ahead. And
journalism. Don't forget journalism.
Journalism. Okay. That's definitely not a religion.
Exactly.
Thank you. Say it again.
Botulism.
Botulism. Definitely not a religion. Go ahead,
So,
Carson.
what is the definition of religion? So, my question was,
Yes.
do religion need to have a central figure, a higher authority, to be considered as a religion?
I mean, if history,
Go ahead, Marshall. Go ahead.
history you'd have to, one of the oldest religious complexes ever built was built about 13,000 years ago called Göbekli Tepe, and it's in northeastern Turkey. And Göbekli Tepe rewrites what are historically settled dates for bedding down into cities and domesticating animals. So that's typically considered 10,000, but this religious complex was anthropomorphic, I think, I think that's the right word, where all the pillars were carved with animals and they worshiped those animals as deities. So
Marshall, did you say in Tepe or no?
in Tepe, no, Göbekli Tepe.
Gotcha. And of course, what you're describing is animal husbandry, where back right after the last ice age, cavemen and women came out of the caves, developed communities, and started to corral animals.
Absolutely. we thought it started 10,000 years ago. At least that was the settle on historical date. But a couple of these news sites, like Effectively Tempe, rewrite it between 13 and 15,000 years ago.
Marshall, can you spell that? Can you spell that for us, or give us the general spelling of that?
Oh Lord.
Okay, just pronounce it a little slower. That's all.
Gobekli Tepe.
Gilbeckley. Reference Scott ring a bell or no?
Gil Beckley, wait, no.
I'll type it in the chat. It's called Gobekli Tepe.
Gilbeckley Tepe. If one of the mod squatters wants to do some heavy lifting on that, I'd love to get some information on that. That would be amazing.
My was that religion seems to, for all historical time, that we've recorded it anyway. And I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say what archaeological sites can define is that religion or some sort of belief in something else is hardwired into the population to some degree. Or at least our past indicates that we look for ways to solve questions we don't have answers to. And religion sometimes fills that gap.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
JCC and then Alfonso JCC.
I put a video link in the chat, and so did somebody else. Gobekli Tepe is one of the oldest temples in the world, and there's another one I'm going to link from BBC News.
Thank you. This is why I love the damn Mod Squad. Alfonso, did you want to contribute? Alfonso was probably good. That's fine. Cartoon, go ahead, sir. Cartoon.
One other thing I want to ask the Mod squad that some humans are every day trying to survive from centuries. What if religion was the only thing we survived so far and we suddenly decided to abandon it? What isn't? That will be devastating.
Say the second part. If religion was the only thing that survived, what?
If religion was the only thing that helped us survive so far. Think about it, like we are trying to survive, and what if our belief system was designed to keep us safe? We only survived so far because of our beliefs, because we were associated with one or another religion, and now as more and more people are getting far away from religion, what if we just...
I don't think religion actually keeps us alive. Understanding reality keeps us more alive than mythology.
I completely disagree. I think mythology.
Go ahead, Reverend Scott.
Mythology drives the world. I mean, like for instance, we believe that, look at the United States. We say we believe all men are created equal. There's nothing more mythological than that, right? We all know people are created equal. Some people are smart. Some people are fast. Some people are witty. Some people are sickly. Some people are great constitution. But we recite that myth that everyone's created equal, right? And there's so many myths that we have, myths of progress, right? That society can get better. So we live, even if we're atheists and secular, we live by so many myths, right? Because myths are just stories that make meaning and truth. And so I think that part of the myth of science is that reality makes sense and is orderly. And if we study it, we can understand where that's just there's nothing empirical about that belief, right? It's sensible. It's sensible.
You can say created equal. Someone else can say born equal, right? So we don't even hinge on the word create.
Well, even if you say born equal, we all know, JC, we all know people aren't born equal, right? And we know some people are
It's not the case as well, right? It's just we're born as human beings, and we all should have the same ability to reach the best.
Right, but that's a myth. That's a myth. There's nothing in the There's nothing in the universe that says people should be equal. People should have the same opportunities. There's societies that don't believe people should have the same opportunities. There's societies with caste systems. There's societies. So that's a myth. Like it's a myth, a shared myth. Hey, everyone's born equal. There's nothing in the genetics that makes us more than people are not born equal. But we say that because it's a myth we all agree on because it makes society, it's the kind of society we like better. So I think we can't live without myth.
Alfonso wanted to contribute. Alfonso, you wanted to get in, or are you good for now? I would have to agree with Reverend Scott. If you just go based on genetics, some people are born with a higher intellect. Some people are born taller. Some people are born stronger. Some people are born with a fast metabolism. Some people are born with a slow metabolism. Some people are born good looking, and sorry to those ladies that think all babies are cute. Some people are born ugly. And that doesn't even take into the consideration whether or not you are born into a super poor, struggling family, or you're born as a descendant of the king or the queen or the president of the United States. On that one, I have to agree with Reverend Scott, but we can certainly discuss that more. Richard, yes, sir.
Yeah, what I can say about this is that we all, the truth is about this, first of all, about ism. Ism is just it has many different meanings in different words. We discovered that. But what I think is that we as humans, we are about to create, what cartoonists say is true, that we wouldn't have gotten here without religion, but religion is fading away in its importance, but we are adapting and creating new religions as we go, and adapting the religions that we have work for our time, and that's all I can say. I'll leave that.
If you're in this and want to come up, we encourage you to raise your hand and talk about anything you want, just like Red War is going to do right now. Good morning, Red War. Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, good morning to everyone. Thank you for the topic or topics. I'm delighted to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. What would you like to talk about?
Well, I was thinking about made or born as equal. It's not something to do right with the quality of the Yes,
are you outside or are you in the car? Where are you?
I'm outside. I'm just on the sea, close to Capitol Hill. I'm walking. It's kind of windy.
Yeah, and we can hear the wind.
Oh, do I need to turn up? No.
Well, are you going to be out of the wind in maybe 5 or 10 minutes?
Yes, okay, I'll be back then.
Yeah, okay, go on mute. Go on mute.
Yeah, thank you.
Go on mute. You need help. All right, good. And so hopefully you'll be out of the wind in about 10 minutes. We'll come back to you at the start of hour number 2. So if you're in the audience and you do want to come up but don't know what you want to talk about, this is what we refer to as the best 2 minutes on Clubhouse.
Tonight, several breaking stories as we come on. President Trump's extraordinary move involving Jeffrey Epstein. Democrats tonight say the president is trying to get the attention off himself. Also tonight, the beloved coach from Netflix shot and killed. Tonight, there's news coming in of an arrest. First tonight, President Trump going on social media, ordering the Justice Department to now investigate Jeffrey Epstein's ties to prominent Democrats, including former President Bill Clinton and others. Within hours, Attorney General Pam Bondi replying publicly saying she will move forward, after previously saying the case was closed. Top Democrats calling President Trump's new move, quote, panicked and desperate. Also breaking tonight, authorities say a well-known college football coach has now died after being shot on campus. Tonight, an alleged gunman under arrest and what we know so far. Tonight, the U.S. military, new images coming in the U.S. with a massive show of force in the Caribbean. The USS Ford carrier group with the B-52 bomber overhead. Is the president preparing to take action involving Venezuela? And how do Americans feel about this? The new poll tonight. Martha Raddatz standing by. A dangerous storm taking aim. More than 22 million Americans under alerts tonight. Heavy rain, flash flooding, and possible mudslides. Lee Goldberg has the forecast. Tonight, a horrific case of road rage. An 11-year-old son killed in the backseat.
We lost a life today that we didn't have to lose.
The boy was on the way to school when his stepdad and another driver got into a heated exchange, according to authorities. Protesters and police clashing outside an ICE facility. More than 20 people arrested tonight. 4 officers injured. The war in Ukraine, Russia's punishing assault on Kyiv. Buildings on fire across the city. Back in the U.S. tonight, the alarming baby formula recall expanding following new reports tonight of babies hospitalized with botulism. At least 23 babies now across 13 states. The investigation after alarming images from the beach in Miami, newly released video showing 2 lifeguards in a pickup truck running over a 59-year-old man on the beach. That man survived. In New York City at this hour, police need your help. The store owned by Tom Brady, thousands of dollars worth of merchandise stolen. Tonight's Mega Millions, someone could become a billionaire. That would be a pretty nice weekend.
All right, and those are just some of the things that you can talk about. If you're here for the first time, this is how the show works. We encourage everybody. Doesn't matter if we agree, we disagree, we like you, hopefully we do, or we don't, hopefully, it happens, to come on up and talk about whatever you want. God, religion, current events, politics, the show, me, you, Clubhouse. Again, you can come on up, you can go on a narrative, just have a take, and don't be a dickhead. I used to say have a take and don't suck, but I would suggest that I say have a take and don't be a dickhead. What does that mean? That means just don't say something completely stupid or disrespectful. Otherwise, we're going to stop you on the dime, and we're going to grill you as to your stupid, ridiculous, idiotic thoughts. The Vatican calls for ecological conversation at COP30. On the global front, the Vatican is making its voice heard at COP30, the UN climate conference currently underway in Brazil. Pope Leo, yes, the current pontiff, sent a powerful message delivered by Cardinal Pietro Parolin, urging world leaders to adopt an ecological conversation, trying care for creation directly to peace. In parallel, Fernando Chica Arellano, the Vatican's representative to the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, spoke at an conference calling for more sustainable agriculture practices, produce more, but with less water, fewer chemicals, less environmental impact. He appealed for innovation in farming, not just for efficiency, but as a form of social justice, urging that new technologies serve the most vulnerable population. This message from the Vatican reflects a growing emphasis in the Church on ecological responsibility, aligning faith with urgent environmental action. Don't go away, and we'll be right back. And by the way, note to Alfonso, because you're in Bolivia, if you or people you know have any comment regarding what's going on with the United States and Venezuela, I would love to hear it after the break. But don't go away, everybody, and we'll be right back after the break.
What's the matter with the clothes I'm wearing? Can't you tell that your tie's too wide? Maybe I should buy some old tan collars. Welcome back to the age of jive. Where have you been hiding out lately, honey? You can't dress flashy till you spend a lot of money. Everybody's talking about the new sound funny, but it's still got the road to be. What's the matter with the car I'm driving? Can't you tell that it's out of style? Should I get a set of white wall tires? Are you going through some miracle mile? Nowadays you can't be too sentimental. Your best bet's true. new wave, that's great. Anyway, still rock and roll with me. What's the matter with the crowd I'm seeing? Don't you know that they're out of touch? Should I try to be a straight student and nod and you think too much? Don't you know about the new fashion, honey? All you need is a whole lot of money. It's the next phase, new wave, that's great. Anyway, still rock and roll with me. Everybody's talking about the new sound, but still rock and roll with me.
And we are back from our break, hour number 2. Welcome to another edition of Ask the Atheist with Reverend Scott and the Mod Squad. If you're in the audience, we encourage you to come on up, talk about whatever you want. We will go to, oh boy, I better put my glasses on. Sorry, everybody. We'll go to Rib War, and then Les, and then RPG. But first, I want to go to Alfonso. Alfonso, are you there? If you are there, Alfonso, unmute. If not, we can come back to you. All right, we will come back to Alfonso. Let's see if Red War is out of the wind. Red War, are you there?
Yes, Steve, I'm here, but I'm still working, so I don't think it's a good idea to work this because it's like windy here.
Okay, we can come back to you, no problem.
Please,
Come back.
please,
No
thank you.
sweat. Let's go to Les. Les, good morning. Pleasure to have you back on the show. What would you like to talk about, Les?
Good morning.
Good morning.
In terms of what the church was saying about needing to have more food, I think the only way we're going to be able to do that is by intelligently so-called GMO, which is basically instead of just waiting for natural selection to mutate plants and come up with the right properties like we've always done, to intelligently make crops more productive. By their nature, i.e. in their genetics, rather than adding chemicals and stuff like that.
Okay, is there anything else you wanted to contribute at this time?
No, thank you, sir.
All right, go ahead and go on mute. Stay on stage. We'll absolutely come back to you. If you're in the audience and want to come up, please do. RPG, good morning. Welcome back to the show. Pleasure to have you here, RPG. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, did the Americans beat the Vietnam? Well, yeah, because I'm sure that we lost the Vietnam.
We lost Vietnam.
Well, then how come they said Northern Vietnam has become more like America?
Tell you what, I'm going to defer to Marshall on this one. He's certainly more knowledgeable than me. Marshall, if you want, you can take over the conversation. Be my guest if you.
Yeah, will you repeat your question, man? Yeah, so a lot of people were saying that Northern Vietnam became more like Americans. I don't know whether that's true or not. I know that they're hospitable to Americans. They like us there.
Don't they like us better in South Vietnam?
Well, I'm thinking specifically of Barack Obama's trip with, Anthony Bourdain in Vietnam. And they talked a little bit of politics about the nation. One of the things they said was that Vietnam is a friend of America now. Part of that may have to do with the fact that we lost the war to them. But I can't tell you whether it looks more like America in northern or southern Vietnam. It would make sense through American trade and our soft power that areas might become more Americanized, but as to the actual landscape, I can't answer that.
Certainly, we were supporting South Vietnam, and it wasn't until I believe 1975 that we officially pulled out. I believe the general consensus is that we pulled out because we lost. But go ahead, RPG.
Yeah, can I see some links what America actually did lose the war? Because I think they won the war. We just
Did you say you want to share links? Absolutely. You can throw any links in the group chat.
No, he wants to see links that support that Vietnam beat us.
Well, if any of the Mod Squad wants to do some heavy lifting and then put it in the group chat and or make the announcements about it, but I don't recall anybody before you, sir, saying that we won Vietnam. I mean, maybe we won the battles, but we clearly lost the war.
yeah, because they said that we actually beat Vietnam, and that's why they became an ally. So usually that was the case with Germany and and also Afghanistan and Iraq. That when the United States defeat countries, right, and we win these wars and these battles, generations down the road, they essentially become our allies.
Sure, yeah, that absolutely. I mean, when we destroyed Japan, we basically were responsible for rebuilding Japan, and we now conduct trade with them. And of course, I believe we have a military base there. I was going to say the same thing with Cuba, but go ahead, Marshall. You clearly know more about this than me. Marshall.
Real quick, can I read something real fast?
Yeah, please do.
North Vietnam and its allies, the Viet Cong, won the Vietnam War. The United States failed. So in 1970, we removed our forces. We lost. We bailed out. End of story.
And that site is from where, JCC, please?
That's from Google.
Okay, got it.
What I read.
Right, exactly. Marshall, did you want to add to that? Okay. But yeah, our RPG, everything that I've heard and know says that we absolutely lost the war. But you are right. When we beat the shit out of countries, we normally end up rebuilding them, putting a military base down there, and enter some type of trade agreement. Yeah, that's what we normally do.
Yeah, so I don't understand how we lost. Like, if they're our ally.
We lost because we pulled out all our troops. We lost because, what was it, 58,000 men died? 58,000 Americans died?
Yeah, and we failed to, the objective was to take over South Vietnam. We did not. We failed. We didn't take it over.
Actually, the objective was to defeat communism, because even though it was 12,000 miles away, if we let communism go there, it would eventually come back to infect the United States. And this is where the hippie movement of the 60s and basically started in the 60s about peace, love, and war, the anti-war movement, and that was huge. And you want to take a look at a movement that clearly had a singular message: get out of Vietnam. That was the message. There was no ambiguity. And wow, yeah. But RPG, if none of that makes sense or it's not clicking, take a look at all the research. There's no question that we lost the war in Vietnam.
Could I respond?
Yes, Les, please, go ahead.
Sure. So I think RPG, where you might be getting these ideas, is there was the Tet Offensive. And whereas it looked like from the United States public that we had lost the Tet Offensive, militarily, all the offensives that the Vietnamese did, we militarily, it was very costly to them, and we militarily defeated them, but it didn't seem that way at the time. We got out of Vietnam, and North Vietnam took over South Vietnam, and it became a communist country, and so that was a huge defeat for the country, for this country. North Vietnam has a China on its border, and they did not get along, and their economic system was making them go broke. So after the original leaders died, they got new leaders, and they went to more like the Chinese capitalist system. It's not, it's not the United States exactly, but they really have an economic system that is somewhat more like ours, because socialism made them broke.
Yeah, but see, it said that there were New Zealand and Australian fighters in the Vietnam War. So, like, I just don't understand how the United States lost if they were able to beat the Germans, Japanese, and actually have our allies fight in the Vietnam War. Like, I really, it really kind of seems to.
How did the British lose America? I mean, we didn't have, because, you can't have troops everywhere, and it's it's just, and we didn't, we're 12,000 miles away, we have 50 some odd thousand people die, we want 0 people to die, and we weren't as invested as they were. They've been fighting this thing for generations to get rid of colonialism, and
maybe I can help. And Jeff, I see you new on stage. I promise we will get to you. RPG, this may or may not help in regards to the United States and the war. I hope it does help.
It's the old American double standard. Say one thing, do something different. And of course, the country is founded on the double standard. That's our history. We were founded on a very basic double standard. This country was founded by slave owners who wanted to be free. Am I right? A group of slave owners who wanted to be free. So they killed a lot of white English people in order to continue owning their black African people, so they could wipe out the rest of the red Indian people and move west and steal the rest of the land from the brown Mexican people, give them a place to take off and drop their nuclear weapons on the yellow Japanese people. You know what the motto of this country ought to be? You give us a color, we'll wipe it out. You got it. So anyway, about 80 years after the Constitution was drafted, 80 years later, the slaves are free. Not so you really notice it, of course. Just sort of on paper. And that was, of course, during the Civil War. And there's another phrase I dearly love. That is a true oxymoron if I've ever heard one. Civil War. Do you think any country could really have a civil war? Say, pardon me. I'm awfully sorry. Now, of course, the Civil War has been over for about 120 years, but not so you really notice it. Because we still have these people called Civil War buffs. People who thought it was a really keen war.
Okay, well, that's enough, but RPG raised a really good point. I'd love to come back to you, so please stay on stage, and we'll come back to you if you're in the audience and want to come up. Please do. Jeff, good morning. Jeff, is this your first time on the show?
No, not my first time. Hey, Alfonso, Scott, hey, Steve.
It's a pleasure to see you back. You get a fresh 5. What would you like to talk about, sir?
guess I just joined during the Vietnam discussion. Obviously we lost the war. We were fighting against communism. Communism won. They later became our friends, but that doesn't negate the fact that we lost the war and all of our war objectives. But moving beyond that, I guess I just thank you so much for posting the link at the top. That really makes me smile. It really made my day. It's really great to see Americans, free themselves from the shackles of our caveman ancestors and these old tired beliefs that restrict economic growth and restrict creativity and prosperity. And so it's just really great news. We should continue to keep the pressure on these saddles. I see them as nothing, no different than with ideas that they should be treated that way. And hopefully we continue to move forward. I do think this will help the economic prosperity of the United States. You could look, you don't need to look any further than Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is obviously, as manufacturing and stuff moved to Asia, it's really our technology industry that became the dominant economic force in the United States. And when you look at Silicon Valley, you observe its proximity to San Francisco, and you really observe that it's a direct descendant of the hippie movement of the 1960s in San Francisco, right? It was people that were rejecting the sad, tired, old beliefs of their ancestors, and embracing reality, embracing realism and a bit of idealism, but not tied to sad, tired shit that was carved from the cave wall. And it's those people that created Silicon Valley and they were sitting in their garages smoking weed and creating great new technologies and new paradigms. And I'm hopeful that as religiosity drops and more modern ways of thinking evolve, that's really going to be great for the American economy and for all Americans. So thanks so much.
How do you respond to people that say AI is going to put people out of work and is too scary and should be stopped? What's your response to that?
Oh, I mean, really, the advancement of humanity, the advancement of technology is not necessarily a smooth process. It's going to be a process that's going to, not everyone is going to be able to adapt. Only it takes the right combination of your personal situation and your own mindset to be able to adapt. So
someone said to me a little while ago, and I agree with this, and now I'm saying it in my humble opinion, AI will make a good professional better, but also it's going to make a poor professional worse. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to really shift the focus more to the people, right? As what AI has never replaced is personal relationships, business relationships.
Oh, now hang on. We ran a story yesterday, and this is hot off the press, that about 33% of Americans claim to have had an intimate relationship with AI. And we ran and talked about that story yesterday. We believe that has to do with more and more people being lonely and not necessarily living alone. The example would be the spouse that is in a poor relationship, is not communicating well with their spouse, and then turns to AI for a lift up. Any thoughts?
Right. Well, I was really answering your question. You asked a question about AI displacement of jobs, right?
Yes.
So my comment about people was in the context of the jobs that the economic activity, the people's value add as workers and as in the workplace and in the economic world is going to be more based on personal relationships and personal interactions and stuff, which AI is going to be hard for AI to replace in terms of the economic activity. But does it create other realities like the one you just described? Sure. It could create a deeper kind of hole for people to fall into that might be susceptible to it in the way that you described.
And then, unfortunately, I fear that they are going to rely on communicating with AI and losing the ability or diminish their communication skills with real red-blooded human beings. That's my fear.
Well, I mean, it's always been the case throughout history that people are either able to adapt to their new environment or go extinct. And when I say people, I mean like individuals, individual lineages, right? The individuals and the individual lineages that are able to adapt over time are the winners, and the ones that can't go extinct, and this will be no different.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there anything else you wanted to contribute at this time?
I'm good. Thanks so much, Steve.
Thank you, and I would very much appreciate it if you ended up staying on stage. We'd love to come back to you and hear your further thoughts on whatever races and issues you want to discuss on the show. And if you're in the audience, please, we encourage you to come on up and talk about anything you want. Just like El Normo is here to want to do right now. El Normo, good morning. Pleasure to see you back on the show. You have a fresh lifestyle now.
Good morning, Uncle Steve.
Good morning, El Normo.
Hello there. I'm trying to remember.
Probably Vietnam. I think it came up during the Vietnam discussion.
The name of the
George Carlin.
Oh yeah. I like it.
I think I've always loved him since I was a teenager.
Yeah. And I've used him in one of my shows, one of my more successful shows. He never made me laugh. And so that it's different, but he's very witty and clever, and I like his observation. I don't agree with them. For example, the story of Vietnam was we were in a Cold War, which occasionally erupted into a hot war. And the Cold War was communism, China and the Soviet Union. And when it erupted, we had probably the best besides Vietnam was Korea, although we had some problems with Cambodia. But in Vietnam, we were fighting mostly Soviet and Chinese troops. I think mostly Chinese troops. And, you could say we lost. You could say we just withdrew from the hot war and won the peace. And that's important to sort of conjure with because, we're very close now with Vietnam. We have a really good economic relationship. We've created their middle class, and communism has shown itself to be tissue thin and unviable, and in fact, responsible for at least 100 million deaths in the 20th century. So I think the verdict is in on communism, although some people who are gluttons for punishment want to give it another shot because they know better than all the other people that came before them, but I don't buy it so much. On the subject of religiosity, there were all sorts of... I was surprised to see, using this excellent poll that you posted at the top of the room, how religious, in fact, we still are. I was surprised. Since you're 1 in 5 consider themselves, I don't know if the word they use, I forget now, irreligious.
We refer to them on the show as nuns, N-O-N-E-S, non-religiously affiliated.
Oh yeah, maybe nuns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been talking about nuns on the show all year.
Yeah. Which opens us up obviously to a joke about nuns.
Right, but let's not forget, nuns still believe in God. It's just that they are not religiously affiliated with any particular sect.
So they're drifting. more than 1 in 5 U.S. adults have no religious preferences. So I mean, maybe that fits into what you're saying. Well, close to 7 in 10 are Christian, primarily Protestant. How religious are Americans? Most have a religious preference, mainly Christian.
Yep.
But less than half say it's very important to them.
Exactly, 49%, which is the largest decline ever. That's what they say.
So I wish Reverend Scott were here. There he is.
He is here.
Yeah, I see you now.
Reverend Scott is always here. He lives in Guys by the Show.
Well, I hope he lives.
Yeah, me too.
I live in Dallas. Yeah, I want to listen to some more of your podcasts, Scott. And I wonder what you say about this. From a personal point of view, I think people become, religiosity, this is just an intuitive.
By the way, I'm sorry for interrupting. It was Reverend Scott that sent me this article.
I'm not surprised. I want to talk about it with him. I like the
Go ahead. You've got 3 minutes till the bottom of the argument.
So what do you think about this, Scott? What do you think it tells us about ourselves?
Well, a couple of things. I mean, I think that in general, the drop in religiosity often corresponds to, this sounds very simplistic and shallow, but corresponds to wealth and prosperity, right? I mean, if you look at countries like, look at the most prosperous parts of the world, there's the decline in religion. I'm thinking of like Western Europe. Now, it's very interesting. We are different than our European cousins, right? We're a more religious country. Some people theorize, some scholars that study like American religion and its decline or lack thereof have argued that it's because we didn't have an established state that we were more religious, or established church rather, that because there was no, we never had a sort of the Church of England or Lutheranism like in Germany or something like that. There's no state endorsed church. It's a better place for religious entrepreneurs, right? That startups work easier. That's an interesting fact. Also, one thing that's interesting to note, I think people think the most religious time in the country was like the 1800s or like the 1790s. The most religious time in the history of the country was the early 1960s.
Yeah,
that's when we hit our peak. Yeah, that post-communism, right? Like, communism, it's post-World War II where
it was a very clear Armageddon.
Absolutely, people were more into institutions and things like that. So I don't know. I mean, I think that, but as Steve said, I think it's very interesting, especially in the United States, that this decline in religion does not correspond to some radical rise in atheism, right? I mean, most people still believe in God. Now, what Ross Douthat in his book Bad Religion says, it's his opinion, is that the problem with losing religion, losing civil religion, is people don't get less religious, they get worse religion. On the left, you get flakiness and crystals. On the right, you get sort of magnet extreme civil religion. You get these kinds of, and actually, he thinks we were healthier when we had a more robust civil religion. I might agree with him on this.
I think this is an important observation because what people do, and you hear it, you're in this room, you hear it on the app, you hear it in the media, people just adopt a more, what do you say, a worse religion? You got it right.
Yeah, it's a flakier religion, a more extreme
ideology, like this whole Black Lives Matter thing was really a religious movement, or the anti-Israel thing, the Jew hate movement. These are weak, superficial ideologies. Communism is a religion, Why? Because its first principles are unfalsifiable, just like first principles of religion. But if you're going to pick a religion, pick one that works, like Christianity or Judaism or even Islam, rather than communism, which has already shown how destructive and what a failure it is. But go ahead, Scott.
It's very funny that my friend Mark Oppenheimer and they used to host the Unorthodox podcast, which is the top Jewish podcast. Probably when it happened. Oh yeah, it's amazing. So Mark and I was on their show once, and I was the Gentile of the week, and Mark and Mark and Liel said to me, he's like, you Christians, you gotta save Western civilization. He's like, yes, well, I'm not gonna do it. He said, and we're just too tribal. We're not universal enough. He's like, so the burden's on you Christians.
We're always arguing with each other.
Exactly. He said the burden's on you Christians to save Western civilization, so get to it. I said, I'll get the committee together, Liel, and I'll get rid of it.
I agree with you.
Let me teach you how to eat. Let me how to eat. How to marinate the meat. Let me teach you how to eat. It's culinary chicken. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to make.
And now it's time for Mod Squad Popcorn. But before we go to Mod Squad Popcorn, if you're in the audience and want to come up and talk about anything, you are encouraged to do so. Also, right after Mod Squad Popcorn, hot off the press, I've got an update on a Supreme Court case involving the Catholic Church. But right now, it's time for Mod Squad Popcorn.
I was going to say I have a complaint, but you let me know when you want me to share it. It's a quick one, actually.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Norm get privilege to do this?
Every week, Steve.
Wow, that's hilarious.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah.
Every week, Steve.
Popcorn being taken over by Norm. This is wonderful.
No. It's a quick complaint. It's a quick complaint.
Steve, every week you promised to be just like marinate the meat, and so far,
I was delivered. This was worth this.
I'll tell you what, Norm, I'm sure that we will come back to you after Mod Squad Popcorn, or Reverend Scott will come back to you in hour number 3.
Norm the mic. Make it the Norm show. This is
You know what? I think JCC needs the mic right now. Okay, let's go to Mod Squad Popcorn. Both Norm and I will mute up. Thank you, JCC. 2 complaints in 60 seconds.
I can lodge a big complaint.
Hey, it's Mod Squad Popcorn. Go ahead.
It's just some people overstep all the time and never get checked.
That is so true. That's why I spoke out, because we like the rules and regulations. However, there seems to be certain individuals, these rules and regulations do not apply. I wonder why. And there we have it again.
Norm.
A non-mod interjecting during Mod Squad Popcorn. Oh my goodness. Please, let's hand over the mic to Norm. Make it ask Norm show on Sunday.
Oh, man.
Come on. Listen to Norm. Okay, everybody. Norm is the man, the great one, a great Norm. Ring for Norm.
Well, we know that we do have a standard rule here of no 5 seconds of dead air. So please, Mod Squad, take it away, please.
And back to these born equal, right? So, yes, I realize that not all human beings have the same physical attributes, mental attributes. However, the term born equal in the United States is referring to the equality of law and treatment. That is what I was trying to get across to you there, Scotty.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's truth of the capital P. It's dogma. It's metaphysics. It's ontology. It's not something that just comes out of empirical experience. Right? In fact, I would argue that our dogma about equality that is part of the American myth is counter to empirical experience. We just know that people aren't, right? We suspend disbelief. I mean, we go against our intuition because the mythology is, I think, better for society. There's a great book, by the way, called Myths Americans Live By. From the author is Stephen Kitover. He wrote it years ago. It's a great book about capitalist narratives and imperialist narratives and just these mythologies that sustain the country, right? And I think societies are not sustainable without myths, right? We need shared mythology to give meaning, right? Because we I think we're meaning makers, right? We're not. We need sort of the world. We need things to make sense. We need stories. We need meaning. We need inspiration. I just think that's. So I'm sort of pro mythology. I think there are better myths than others, right? I think that our myth about equality is better than myths about Thor or things like that. I think we, but we have, without mythology, we would just, we wouldn't be able to have civilizations, right?
This is Rich. All cultures have mythologies. I like the book by Joseph Campbell, where he integrates the mythologies from all over the history of the world. And one comment he makes in it is that we, like our comic books and our stories, Superman and Marvel, and these are ongoing mythologies. And movies create mythologies like Star Wars and Star Trek because we're starting to look at the future, like what's it going to be like? Mythology is part, and it keeps growing. And there's mythologies around AI that have been born. So what happens in a day, someday, like 50 years or 20 years in the future, when people want to marry their robot, and there's all this talk about robot rights, and robot legitimacy. Are they citizens? Are they people? Are they just robots? They're just machines. And on and on. The mythology keeps adapting. Thank you.
In regards to the future, I thought the article Steve mentioned about the Vatican getting involved with the ecology conference was interesting because I actually thought it was interesting that more religious groups weren't involved in saving the earth because, isn't it generally seen as a gift from God? So it seemed like it would make a lot of sense to me to take care of that gift. I think it's a good sign that one of the biggest religious institutions in the world is going, hey, maybe we should preserve this and do something very practical, in my opinion.
See, all this is that bullshit.
Have we sent it?
I'm sorry. No, Mr. wanted to come in and refute TC, but he had no grounds to do so. He's arguing a straw man. I made none of the claims that I made.
Calm down, bro. You're doing really good. So just calm down.
I'd like to say something real quick. All you guys are very educated, obviously. TC, I thought you were an attorney, but you're only a cake maker. And I'm imagining let me make my point. I'm imagining that TC is hiring people to work for him. He's got to have somebody working with him if you're no, somebody working with him. You got to have somebody working with him.
That's not cool. That's not cool. Go ahead, keep it going.
No, he's right. I'm working in North Pole. We make toys. So your kids will have no toys under their Christmas tree this year. Sorry.
We can't afford it because your president hasn't fixed the affordability crisis. They said he has unnecessary tariffs on these Chinese toys we like to buy. To be fair.
I want to come back to something that Mr. said, because he was absolutely cooking. I completely agree with him. When he said,
I just wanted to finish my argument.
Yeah, I know you can.
All I wanted to do was just, I was referencing that. I was referencing the thing that I was doing just to show that DC is using people to work with him. So if he wants to pay the people only $7 an hour, that would be the reason why he doesn't want minimum wage, is because he has small workers that are working to help him with his projects. And you're surviving off of wedding
wage is not right for Americans, every American.
Who heard TC say a living wage is not right for Americans?
You're saying you don't want to raise the minimum wage from $7.25 an hour. How dare you? You're so intelligent. You say you so articulate and so intelligent. You're a fucking idiot. Why do you, where in America do you live? America, can you live for $7.25 an hour? There's no way in America that you can do that. So you're totally heartless in your approach to it by saying you would give up the minimum wage.
People come on here and create strawberry. Like, what do we do?
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just laying it out, and I'll land right there.
Yeah, no, you can refute it, but no personal attacks. Jamal, you gotta chill with the personal attack. That's too much. No, you can refute it.
Are you kidding me, man? You want me to refute that? I absolutely will not.
He wins the debate.
He wins the
Okay, well, I'm not gonna do it for you. I'm looking at my Bible collection. I'm investing in your argument. First lady of the election. Like, what's going on?
Let me say that Mr. was absolutely cooking when he said that free market capitalism does not benefit the worker. There is no truer statement.
Did you hear me mention free market as well?
No, I'm not. Yeah, I do. I did. I'll hang tight. But let me use it because I just now Maggie got me researching minimum wage. Most of the South, in fact, all of the South, except Florida, doesn't have minimum wage. No federal minimum wage. They're all at $7.25. And so I just looked at Texas because I live in one of the
State minimum wage trend? They don't have a state, right? Is that what
they don't have a state minimum wage. Yeah, it's all $7.25. Yeah, and so I just looked at where I live, JD, and I live in Hidalgo County, which is McAllen and Harlingen, and down here where a lot of your grapefruit comes down here, a lot of your agriculture comes down from the border from Mexico along the Rio Grande, and I looked at the average wage. Now this is one of the poorest counties in the entire United States, especially to have a major population. And the average wage right now for a grapefruit picker is $16 an hour. You know what I mean? And so again, it doesn't tell the whole story. Like I'm definitely for. I agree with I think I don't know with Sweet or what is his name. Unions play a big part. I am very pro union, but I am not for artificially inflating wages because that makes. I don't know the other guy that was there. I thought it was Sweet. He sounded like Sweet. But the affordability problem after taxes is about $100. Yeah, okay, John, thanks. That's what it is. After they would take 25% off of that, it's $500 a week. Yeah, listen, the affordability problem that you have in many other states, I think in part is driven by the minimum wage because it's not just housing. It's not just housing.
All right, well, I'm not sure. Meg, are you gonna respond to that?
I mean, when he says he's against like artificial, when Trump says he's against artificial hikes, how is collective bargaining less artificial than a federal minimum wage? Like the way some of the adjectives that people are using is throwing me off, so I've kind of checked out.
I think the one you're looking for is arbitrary, not artificial.
Oh, okay. Did you mean arbitrary, Trent?
No, I said artificial. I know what I said.
All right. Well, I mean, why don't they just? I know I'm not supposed to say the word because the first lady, because she's gross. But why can't they just peg it to something? Why can't it just be pegged to inflation?
What do you say, TC? Why would you believe him?
You say that word? That's what you said. But
I was asking a question.
We weren't even thinking that until you said it.
He said it like 7 times. I was like, okay, all right, go ahead, carry on.
But why can't they just peg it to inflation?
Yeah. That's actually not a horrible idea. And like, I'm not an ideologue. And like, I'm not saying, well, you never raise inflation. I'm not like one of these people. Now, to raise it to 725 is probably a little too low. To raise it with the cost of inflation, it's not. I'm not going to say that's a horrible idea. What I fear though happens when you raise the minimum wage is that we try to equal places like, because we keep having this cost of living argument, right? And if you get up to 11.8 or 11 and 12 and $13 an hour minimum wages, you affect everything down the line. Because, and I'll give you a quick example. If you work in a hospital, I know a little something about hospitals. If you work in a hospital, and let's say you are a cooker in the kitchen of a hospital, and you're making $12 an hour, okay? If you raise the minimum wage to $13 an hour, you're very happy. But who is not happy is your manager, who was making $14 an hour. Now your $14 an hour employee wants $16 or $17 an hour down the line. So when you raise that wage down the line, everybody wants an increased cost.
Can I offer an alternative view on this?
One more second, let him finish it. Wait, let him finish it. Then what happens then, Trent? Because then the corporations have to justify those pay raises. And then what happens? Tell them, finish.
Then now
$13 an hour is $398 for the week. That's what take home is.
I'm glad you have a calculator, sir. Thank you. Your cost as the business increase, your profits decrease. But then all those people, okay, and I know this sounds like I don't care, but I do. But now all those people that were in apartments for $500 now want $600 and $700 apartments. I'm just giving round numbers.
And in the United States, that's going for $500. It's just not happening in a major city. This is Tennessee Island.
Actually, let me just
Let me something seriously, bro.
Trent, let me stop you right there. Let me stop myself right there. Assuming you keep it at 750, right? Or 725 or whatever.
Yeah.
But that person still has their cost of living. And that person is on SNAP benefits. And they're on Medicaid. And so now the taxpayer is subsidizing that versus the business owner. And so you guys are looking at minimum wage. I'm just trying to get at something. The minimum wage is one of many tools that uses a policy objective to help get funds, and it's kind of a quasi-private market tool. But otherwise, you're going to be sending direct payments to those people vis-a-vis the government. And this is what the First Lady was getting at. And so you looking at it in a vacuum doesn't really work. I'm saying you looking at it in a vacuum doesn't work because that person still has to have a certain amount of revenue.
in a vacuum. Like, I know people who actually run businesses and they talk about the deep. I'm giving you real world examples.
No, but if you're just talking about the business, you're looking at it in a vacuum. Is the point I'm making? Because you will have to subsidize that person. Is the point?
No, listen, I don't know. Seriously, I don't know anybody here, even in one of the poorest counties in the United States, that's making $725, other than part-time, like teenage workers.
You're missing the point, Trent.
Hold on, my brother. Listen, most of your help staff, like low wage cleanup work, is starting at least $10, $11 an hour. That's like the minimum.
And those people are still on staff, and those people are still being subsidized.
Sure, go ahead. If you don't mind, thank you so much. So, let's just make it real remedial for me, okay? Let's say we upgrade the federal minimum wage to $20 an hour. Walk this through with me. What happens next?
I don't think.
I want him to say it though, Trent. I understand that.
No, I do understand.
Wait, but here's what I'm trying to say.
Trent's trying to get you to see that there are market factors at play.
Oh my God.
Completely belie the hype that you're making.
You guys are so. Y'all don't even know who y'all be talking to. Y'all just Trent can't get him to see anything.
Yeah.
Wait, so
People just be saying stuff like they just know what the other person is and doesn't understand. Like, he didn't make the claim that it should go from 725 to 20. So that's a strong argument.
Did he make that claim?
No. No.
Because I understand you want to disrupt the flow.
wait, okay, because I wanted to get in the room.
It's just a little. It's difficult to listen to when you say take on from 725 to 20.
Yeah.
Who here made that
I
point?
think he can make that point. I think he can make that point.
Well, he's running his feet now.
Wait, so wait a minute, hold up, because I want to go back to something Trent said. Trent said down the South they had minimum wage, right? And I guess you're saying that to
That's not true.
exactly like
No, he's saying they don't have separate state minimum wages that are more than the federal, which is true. The only ones that is Florida's at 13, there's Arkansas is around 11, I think it was 11.
well, why is he saying it is what I'm trying
No,
to
Georgia's at 725.
getting.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the federal one.
Right, but what is he getting at by saying that? Like as if it's a benefit.
He's getting at the reality that minimum wage really doesn't serve any purpose because the average worker in those states make, he said that grapefruit picker makes $16 an hour. So it's completely
But
unfeasible.
TC, he'll also say another argument. He'll also say another argument that they were saying,
Listen, you guys are saying $16 an hour. That's real money.
hold on. He also make an argument at another time period about immigration, how because minimum wage is too low. So you see how he said the average wage is $16, whatever example he brought up. So if you bring in immigration, now those businesses pay those people $8 an hour.
What's wrong with him?
Okay. Now they pay those people $8 an hour, right? Therefore, forcing people out that are making this quote unquote $16 hour average wage that he's
Very good point you're making. You're making an extremely good point, which is why we need to. That's not why the administration is focusing on removing, undocumented workers and that type of thing. People that don't have those work permits.
So it's not just undocumented. It's also people. I mean, it's immigrant. Look, if someone comes here and gets their papers, look, I wouldn't even take it there. But bottom line is,
It's a sensitive topic. It is a sensitive topic. I agree with you.
and I'll tell you this, DC, because I had to do this in my business. Sometimes you need to change your business model.
100%.
Because if your business model can't support more than $7.25 a fucking hour, then you know what? Your business is a failed fucking model. It's a failed model. That means it's a failed business model. Look, after COVID, we also have the minimum wage rise in the city of Chicago, and it would be, I did have to raise prices of the menu board, but not to the extreme that Trent is trying to make it seem. I didn't have to go to that extreme. But what I did have to do is I had to change my business law. I did have to make it so my model is I had to have less employees, and I was able to pay more. So even though the minimum wage is, at 15, I'm not paying 15. I had to make sure my business model makes it so that I can pay fair. Now, I did make it so I have to have less employees, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it did. I'm not gonna lie, it did. But you know what? That's what my business model has to be, so that I can pay my employees what makes sense. That's what I had to do.
I know. If you've got to pay $16 or $15 an hour, now we have to cut employees. Now we've got to cut jobs. But Trent, you know how we got here?
Wait a minute, let me hear from BT. BT ain't had a chance to talk.
That's why I want to offer something.
You're going to keep also
First, lady, because, well, first of all, peace to the room. Thank you.
Yes, peace. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Happy Sunday.
By the way, you and I got to run in a freaking awesome room today.
And I don't typically degenerates, but he gets
Oh, the church today. That was crazy. I like being on the camera. I appreciate you. All right, I appreciate you. Got to do that, BT.
Appreciate it. Peace to the room. Thanks to the moderators for running the space. Thank you to the panel for interacting. And most importantly, thank you to the audience for listening. Because without you, we'd all just be arguing with each other.
Yes, praise the Lord.
So, that being said, when I hear these things, what jumped up in my antennas was housing regulation and rent control. I'll never forget our governor, Georgia Kemp, around COVID. We were all begging him for it and demanding it. He was like, I'm not doing it. Want more people come in, we're not, it's helping the economy too much, etc. And it really made me look at the housing different because housing regulations, and that was probably around 2021. And housing prices and rents have increased threefold darn near since then. So if that's the shape of things to come, like Atlanta, I see it becoming the Cali and New York pricing. It's really bad, and I think that's going to happen to every major city and keep spreading. If federally we don't have some type of housing control, it don't matter if these folks get more money, and then that's going to make what we make, who make more than those minimum wages, it's going to make the value of our dollar less. And we just giving fast food workers $16 an hour. But my whole point is, if we actually have, if these prices aren't allowed to increase so quickly, and it's more regulation, and we need to have a whole look at that system. But that's where I'm at right now. I think the minimum wage of $7.25 in Georgia is low, but like Trent and TC said, not many folks making that. They are making more. What matters is these prices of these houses and these rents, and them being able to just increase these prices every year at the blink of an eye. Okay.
Thank you, BC.
Rich, real quick, please.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say one
Thanks.
thing real quick.
All right, babe.
Look, all I'm saying is this. The way that you're looking at things is a very cold way of looking at it. And this is the reason why bourgeois black people can't be trusted to run the government, because they're very selfish in their approach of doing things. You have to have a human side to you. If you're taking home only a weekly $398 a week, if that's what your take home is, and you say, well, they're getting paid $16 an hour. Well, after the taxes and all of the deductions, it's $398. How many of you can live on that? None of us on this stage can live on that. What would life be like if that's what you're taking home? And the reality of it is not, no, excuse me. You don't know what you're talking about. Please let me land. There's another factor in this. The brother just said it. You can't find a place to live for that much, and you put all of that money together. Your whole four times four is $1,600. If you find a one-bedroom flat for $1,600 in any major city, you're doing good. So people can't live. So for you to say, this is the minimum wage should be given up, it's very cold and callous the way that you're thinking. And just because you can articulate it in a smart and intelligent way of articulating things, shame on you, you no good bastards. I land.
All right, let me respond to Jamal. Let me stick up for you, Trump. Let me stick up for you. Jamal, I'm hurt because the bourgeois black people are me and Mr. And we're the ones arguing for more. So don't conflate the bourgeois with that, because Trent's not bourgeois black. So it's actually the bourgeois blacks who are far more likely to agree. What does my dear sister Antichrist call me? The Boisian, talented 10th, Negro, the niggerati. It's actually the niggerati bourgeoisie like me and Mr., who are the ones who want the more money. So you should come on over to the bourgeois blacks. Now, let me respond. Trent, I looked something up. You know what California's GDP growth was in Q1, Trent? Do you know from Q1 to Q2? It was 4.3%. New York was, California's GDP growth was 4.3%. New York was 4%. Illinois was 4.8%. Those are the dogs in terms of the blue states. The biggest was Dakota at 7.3, Texas at 6.8, and South Dakota at 5.2. And we know that has a lot to do with energy. New Mexico is also 5.7, which also is a blue state. The states with the lowest minimum wages: Mississippi, it contracted. Alabama was 1.2%. Georgia was 2.8%. South Carolina was 3.4%. So Trent, explain how the states with the lowest minimum wages had the lowest growth.
Trent, is not causation.
Yeah. Go ahead, Trent. Explain that.
I can't. What I will say. Well, you said Texas. I know Texas would be number one.
Texas is not number one. North Dakota was number one. It's driven by energy. Yeah, those are they're both driven by energy.
Yeah.
So somebody said the defense. One second, Trent. Someone said the defense was causation is not correlation. Exactly. And he would make a causal argument. So that's exactly my point. Thank you, DC, for letting me win the argument. He was making the causal argument.
So, let me say this, Mega. You and First Lady have convinced me that some inflationary rise in like minimum wages is probably we should probably discuss and probably have. I will agree with you on that. But the places that you also talked about, especially Texas and Georgia, are some of the fastest growing in the country. And so what somebody like Jamal doesn't understand is, in fact, $16 an hour down here in South Texas, yes, you can live on that. People are actually happy with a $16 an hour wage down here. Now, I'm not saying it's the best.
But they're happy. Wait a minute. People are happy at $16?
There will be, yes. Are
they satisfied?
Wait a minute. Happy
or happy?
Happy. But it's because the cost of living down here is much cheaper.
Hold on. $16,000 a year.
$16 an hour.
And before taxes, hold on. Per year is how much? It's $33,000. So for a full-time job,
where you at? You slacking, brother.
$33,000. You know me? People are happy at a $33,000 a year job. God forbid they got
the food alone.
Wait a minute. Trent has said that he can go out and get a steak dinner and all the goods for about $10. I just said, and a drink on the side. So wherever he lives is like real cheap right there.
Where is this?
I can get a ribeye. I can get a ribeye with a glass of water. Hold on, I can get a ribeye for about $30.
I got 2 hours to get that.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Trent, you haven't fed the kid yet.
What's up, buddy?
You haven't fed the kid yet. If you spend $30, I agree. A ribeye with a glass of wine, get a little asparagus on the side, maybe y'all blacks. Y'all blacks like baked potatoes. I have no idea why you blacks, but that's a different discussion. You little baked potato, y'all need better taste buds. You need better taste buds, unintended. Okay. You haven't fed your woman yet. You got 2, 3, 4 kids.
Well, they do have a lot of kids down here, but I've only got...
Exactly.
No, in all seriousness, one of the reasons why we stayed down here is because it's so fucking cheap. It's cheap. I mean, even what I paid for at the grocery store, even going to Houston, is much less. My expenses down here are so much more less than what I would pay in a major city. It doesn't make sense. There are people, like, starting wages around here are around $12, $13 an hour, like I was saying, for like these are minimum skilled jobs. But there are people, that would be very happy with a $16 an hour
job. Let me just tell you what's wrong with the argument. When we're speaking in a large setting and people hear this argument, for some strange reason, people think that is to multiple areas. And that might be secluded in that one specific area where you are. But $33,000 in this day and time to say that they're happy, they might be doing okay and surviving, but happy? I mean, I don't
Do
know.
they have a car though? What if they don't know their car out right? What are we talking about? And the insurances have went up a lot too. I don't know if y'all bougies know that. But bro, this shit is real out here right now.
Here's one thing you guys got again, and this is one of the problems with living in major metros. You don't recognize that. So the border has about 1.78 million people on it. This is the area between McAllen and Brownville. If you're looking at a map, this is where SpaceX is. Now, costs have increased, and SpaceX and some other companies and Tesla have come down here. But the housing cost when we moved here, and this is a very nice house, was around $175,000. I mean, a fucking very nice house. They're up to about $300,000 now, but new starter homes down here are still between $180,000 and $220,000. These are starter homes about $1,200 to $1,500.
Justify $16 an hour after taxes of $3.98. He's trying to justify happiness with this. This came from you, man. You're a terrible person.
Oh, wait, just listen. Wait a minute. He might end up saying something different. And
I'm trying to justify
what is happening?
Down, Jamal. You said the same thing.
It's terrible. It's terrible for you to think.
Go ahead, Trent. I didn't have Tourette's until I started the room. Now I got Tourette's. I'm just saying about the bitch over here.
Thank you, Megan. First of all, what we also have to understand is some of these people have migrated from Mexico, in which the conditions are deplorable, and South America, in which they were sleeping with no roofs or leaking.
I'm talking about they happy, nigga. We talking about us. What the hell? Damn, I mean,
my man, you have to take account. This area is 97% Hispanic. There is a lot of immigration from South America and Mexico, and you have to take into account those things. The people that have migrated from Ecuador and Panama and Mexico, they are very happy with some of these lifestyles. And so, like, it is all relative, right? We have a sense of what we think is good. But for some of them, you know, a 2-bedroom apartment and a running car, and all the fixings, at Thanksgiving, they're doing what?
Right, let me break something down before Brother Jamal comes back. Let me break something down for you, Trent. I mean this with all due respect, and I really do. With all due respect to McAllen, Texas, and the border and everything. The reason why you're able to have that is because what the rest of us do. We live in a dynamic economy. We live in a dynamic economy. You're not developing any medicines. You're not developing any technologies. You have nothing in computer science. You have nothing in technology. You have nothing. The reason why you're doing, and able to do what you do, because I mean, so all due respect, you're doing the things like you named. The area where you live in, and I mean this with all due respect. I'm sorry, I mean this with all due respect. The area you live in, and I truly mean this, if we were to fall into the ocean, nobody would notice. No, don't laugh. I'm being very honest. If Boston, which is one of these cities you talk about, were to fall into the ocean, the country would in some ways collapse and take decades. It's a hub of biotech. It's a hub of VC and other stuff. I go on and on and on. If San Francisco, you like to come up and say the problem with these cities, if it wasn't for these cities, you wouldn't be able to sell your Ford technology where if your car is missing in the parking lot, you can turn on an app. Because I mean this with all due respect. Nobody where you live can develop an app. So this whole, I hate when we do this like geography wars. And I also mean this respect. The people in those cities, I'm almost done. The people in those cities, Trent, could develop some GMO synthetic fake grapefruit tincture to get my grapefruit juice on, my grapefruit on, much quicker than you'll be able to develop any kind of computer, academic, technological, economic, finance, etc. You have to stop doing this. Y'all need to get out of cities thing because people in these cities are driving the thing that makes the United States on the cutting edge. I'm done. You may respond.
Like what is it? SpaceX is here. Tesla is here.
What does that mean? SpaceX is there. Explain what you mean.
So they're saying that there's nobody here that can build an app.
No, tell me what you mean by SpaceX is there.
SpaceX is here. Some of my neighbors are SpaceX engineers. These are very intelligent people.
Where did they come from, China?
They definitely came from other parts of the country.
And so what happens is
SpaceX
that's my point. And so with SpaceX and Tesla and everything, when more and more of those people come, those houses aren't going to only cost $100,000 anymore.
No, they're not $300,000. No, I'm.
So what are you saying? Get out of the cities.
No. When I say get out, listen, I have lived in major cities, Los Angeles, Houston, and Dallas, all my life, right? And I work in when I go to conferences and go visit dealers. They're in major metros like yours of Washington D.C. I talk to those folks all the time. I just had some folks from Dallas here that I had dinner with on Wednesday, and they were like, we had dinner at an amazing restaurant called Ambra. Okay, steaks there are a little bit more expensive, but it's a beautiful restaurant. It could be in San Francisco or Dallas. I mean, it is absolutely gorgeous, and they're just floored that down here there's so many nice things, and they're like, man, you are really winning living down here with what you're paying compared to what we're paying. $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 for a home in Dallas. And I said, I know, that's why I won't go back. And so if you can't
afford to go back.
Who can't afford to go back?
You think?
I mean, I'm not going to listen. My wife makes a pretty good income, and so do I.
You can't afford you can't afford a $750,000 house in Dallas. Keep it a beat.
Yeah. Well, what is that, a $4,000 mortgage? No.
I don't know. I got high tax, property tax. I don't know how it is.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that it's it. So what I'm saying is that you're just not in those leagues, baby.
We could probably afford a $500,000. We could afford a $500,000 mortgage. I wouldn't want to, but you can. I got friends that do it all the time that make the same amount as me. Or us. I should say us, because I don't make no money. I make $30,000. I just want to be very clear with everybody. I make $30,000. But no. And in all seriousness, there's a reason why a lot of people are relocating. There are some people that are actually relocating to Mexico.
You make $30,000 a year?
I make $30,000 a year. Yeah, but
I didn't mean that as an insult. What I'm saying is that these people are very talented. They have high skills. They demand high wages, and they drive up the prices in cities that are very expensive.
Okay,
what we need now, they're developing medicines. They're not developing medicines in it. And by the way, SpaceX, that's just an outpost. It's still based in California. Stop it.
No. This is not there. This is where the rockets lift off. It's not an outpost. Not even. No.
Well, of course, it's where the rockets lift off, so all the burnout fuel can give you guys cancer, and not people in California. Hello.
They launched. Not only they build the rockets right here, they bought the city. That's a whole different story.
I'm talking about the development of the technology. I'm talking about the brains.
The engineers. Hang on. The engineers in the brain are here. Like Elon comes out here. Jamal, hang on.
He can't use a hot mic. It's out.
Order sandwiches. Listen, I'm a product innovation manager. You can look up my salary. I can't say it publicly, but you can look it up on ZipRecruiter and see what it is. I'm not gonna say it. I make a decent income. What I do think we do, it's symptomatic, and I've talked to some people that are making $100,000 and can't seem to get ahead. I'm like, man, why are we so stuck in living in major metros where the affordability is impossible?
That's what the job is for. That's what the job is.
Yeah, not everyone's working online. If you're working in the metropolitan Chicago, I'm not gonna go drive home so I can live. In Indiana, like a lot of people work I'll tell you, a lot of people probably work like towards the south of Chicago, may live in Indiana because it is cheaper to live in Indiana and you get paid more in Chicago. But I'm not commuting 2 hours every damn day. 2 hours back and forth, so 4 hours a day. So I don't understand what you're trying to say, Trent. There are a lot more remote work jobs, I'm blessed to have them. I'm not trying to sit here and say that my job is typical because it's still not. But there are a lot of folks I know that don't have to live where they live, but they live there because they think they have to. There's a reason why so many people, we have what's called winter Texas down here. These are people that are in the northern states like Minnesota and Idaho, and they come down here starting in October and they stay till March, and they come down here because it's cheaper. And some of them are buying up houses in South Padre to retire here. And I'm just like, well, why not just skip it? Why not just buy a house here on the island and start retirement now instead of waiting, in these higher price areas? That's my philosophy.
Because Trent, for a lot of people, they like to do things. So I like going to museums. There's no museum in McAllen, Texas. They have no artwork. I like going to concerts, whether it's classical or jazz or whatever. You don't have an orchestra. Right. You don't have jazz. I like sitting in book. You did not have symphony. You did not have symphony, bro. My wife was on the conductor of the symphony. You don't have symphony. I'm talking about people. I'm just saying why people like to live in cities. They like being in the action. Young people like to go to bars and happy hour and walk around and court and do all types of things. They don't want to live down there where their highlight is getting a $30 ribeye. Right. People have different interests.
Now, into the symphony, our symphony competes with the
Yeah, I'm gonna kick you out.
Sorry, just get over here.
The idea that McAllen, Texas' symphony competes with the world. You can't get a hobo player there. Stop it.
McAllen, Texas is close to about a few hours from Monterrey, Mexico. And that's where I live at. There's a lot of shit to do down there for a quick drive away, mega. So, also too, where flight for like $60 to even fucking where you want to. It's not that hard.
Hey, Nathan, real quick.
You're not getting the point.
Are you married? You gotta stop. Nathan, are you married?
I don't understand is the guy who's making $30,000 a year.
Give him about 2 minutes.
I just want to understand. I just want to understand this. The guy that's making $30,000 a year, I make that quarterly, and he's doing that a year. He's living off that much money. Hold on. He's living off that much, but he's the guy on stage talking about he doesn't think we should have a minimum wage. Wow, this is fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy. I'll land.
Nathan, are you married, Nathan?
Yeah, so I don't answer personal questions like that, but like I said before, like
She's white.
it's about a mental thing.
Is she white?
But who's the keeper to be on? So basically,
It was me talking. Is she white?
who was me?
It's me. I was the one talking to ask you the question. I'm asking, is she white?
So, like I said before, I'm not a man.
She white.
People don't like, they're in their mindset and stuck in their ways. They want to stay in the same spot. A lot of people don't even like the problem. But when you actually add it up and say, hey, you can travel instead of doing what Mega's doing, that shit costs a lot of money.
They travel too. They do both.
Time is more valuable. Like, who's trying to travel like that all the time?
So here's the
Time is more valuable.
If you're moving an hour outside the city and you're saving $400,000 on your mortgage, you know we're talking about. Then if you're saving that amount, that's what's trading something.
Let me say this real quick. So Nathan is talking about yours truly, okay? I live in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, okay?
I am currently in New York City right now. I do a lot of my business in New York City, but I live upstate. No, we gotta meet up, chicken. And guess what? Yeah, bro, absolutely.
What? Yeah, I'm gonna meet this DC. God damn, that's pretty
Oh, word, we gotta meet up. Somebody shoot me in the face.
DC. Before you go on,
Let's call it.
Nathan was not even saying what Trent was saying. The conversation wasn't an hour.
Oh, okay.
Out of the city. He was coming up saying that.
I met CEO in the city. He's a very great guy. I met him yesterday. I'm so glad to know. I look forward to meeting you guys in the future.
But DC, you live in Buck County because that's what you can afford. I'm not trying to knock. I mean, a lot of people do that.
Wait.
It's okay. All right, you've been doing good.
The problem with Nathan's comment, first of all, I think it's worth pointing out that Nathan, who is very much against Mexican immigration in America, lives in Mexico. I just think that's fascinating. Let me just continue. I got
I want to address that too.
What he said, Nathan said, live an hour outside of these major metropolitan. He said, live an hour outside of, this is the Mexican version of ICE. He said, I'm calling Issei on Nathan after I finish this submission.
Oh, hold on. Where do you live?
Don't take that. That's not, that was bad.
Come in your area.
It was easy. We got it. It's okay.
He shouldn't have said that. That was cool. But
I didn't even say that.
let me make my point. This one. That was cool. That's not cool. Ben doesn't matter. You don't know anything about it. I know Trent. That's the problem. I know. We don't know TC. Let me just continue. And it was true, as we found out. Let me finish with one Trent. Listen, the problem with Nathan is saying, I don't know what world y'all live in. An hour, so you got Washington, D.C. Move an hour outside of D.C. into Maryland. Move an hour outside of D.C. into Virginia. Those houses are sometimes more expensive than the ones in D.C. or ones in D.C. Move an hour outside of New York. Go to Westchester. Move an hour outside of New York. Go to Maplewood, South Orange, West Orange. You don't save $400,000. Move an hour outside of San Francisco. An hour outside. Maybe Chicago, if you went to Bolingbrook, you might say. So the idea that an hour solves it, those are actually the Tony suburbs. Thinking you're really out of touch. But that's the problem because you're in Mexico.
So the real thing, here in Atlanta, right? So downtown, you live in a metro area. That's how much you're spending. Look it up. If you move,
what's how much you're spending?
Brother, hold on, damn. I didn't say nothing when you tell all them damn lies on me.
Damn lies on me.
You said that's how much you're spending. How much is that to get the number?
700 to 600,000 to 700,000 is what you're on a used home in the metropolitan area, right? If you move an hour, if you move an hour away, you will save a lot of money. You can obtain a nice home for about 200,000, sometimes even less.
Just explain to you why that's not true.
Wait a second. Mega, you listen to what Mega's saying. He said the argument is stay in the city so I can go to a music concert. That's what you said. Mathematically adding this shit up. And what you said is based on some type of person who just graduated high school and college type of shit. The most more mature. You should center your financial stability based on some damn concert.
What I said was.
everybody's sick of it too. And here's the thing about what also lied on me about. I said, hey, any country, including Mexico, should enforce the worker policy. If I go to a country and I break the laws and I mean, what the fuck am I doing?
Let me respond. So what I was saying to Trent is, people that go to those cities, they go there for work, and they also like cultural events. I was just talking about myself personally. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. My larger point is,
are you getting? Oh, go ahead.
My larger point is to respond to you. There are places even an hour outside of Atlanta where the home prices are that expensive. So you're right. You can go to some shithole. So the idea that outside of Atlanta you save $400,000. So let's go with what you said. You said the houses in Atlanta downtown were $600K. Cool. You said you would save $400,000 for a home an hour outside of Atlanta. That's not true.
It's not.
The median home prices outside an hour outside of Atlanta are not $200K.
That was my exact question.
They're not $200K. So my point is that the suburbs that surround these, what happens is, because many of us have done it, is you do your young themsome thing, then you get your woman or women. Some of you like to do the polycule where you like multiple partners because you're nasty. But you get a woman. You don't have a woman or kids. Just take your ass to the turkey leg, not the adult speak. Imagine living in Houston and not having a woman on that ass. Imagine just having one. Let me finish.
You just said positive not good.
I know, I'm just joking. Let me finish. So the point I'm trying to make, Nathan, is like, what happens is people lose it, and then they move to the very suburbs that you were talking about. And usually, they end up making more money. So the home prices where you get more space, like around D.C., are actually more expensive than in D.C. Let me say it again, Nathan. Your normal, like 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom townhouse in D.C. is cheaper than it is in Montgomery County. It is cheaper than it is in certain parts of Brooklyn, even certain parts of Manhattan than it would be in Westchester. You don't know what you're talking about, as per usual.
Yeah.
So enjoy the Mexico. Enjoy the Mexico.
And you can go to Baltimore, right outside. There's places that you can go outside.
Right outside of D.C. Do you think people in D.C. like to live in Baltimore?
It's about an hour.
Without traffic. First lady, what's going on?
That train, man.
I don't know.
You mean the train that only just started going more than twice a day?
No,
You know about the MARC train?
Outside of the city and
That's not true. The MARC train only in the morning. I'm from Baltimore. You don't tell me what I have?
Who's to Baltimore, man? Come on, man.
3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago.
1966.
3 weeks ago.
That's far away. What's the call?
Be quiet, Joy. It's called the MARC train.
The Newcastle stop from the
It is Newcastle.
stop
In
away.
Baltimore?
Is it not far away?
Well, are you talking about Baltimore? Or are you talking about?
you can move outside.
I thought you were saying just outside of DC.
You can go to
He
Richmond.
said in Baltimore. Wait. People in
Richmond, Virginia.
Richmond? That's 2.5 hours away. Jamal, don't you drive trucks in addition to doing hair?
That direction.
Jamal, don't you drive trucks and do hair?
You can head in that direction and save money.
Jamal, an hour outside of DC, once you get underneath Fairfax, you're not saving $400,000, bro.
Just go in that direction and you're starting to save.
Yo, I don't think he's driven in DC. That was funny.
It's amazing.
It's terrible. It's terrible. That shit is
I
terrible.
apologize for bringing this conversation to the table.
No, it's fine. So Jamal, what about your commuting costs?
Commuting costs are going to be what it is. Get a tax.
Jamal, what about your child care costs?
I don't have kids. Get it shipped.
Wait, Jamal, don't you have 15 kids?
Well, all mine are grown.
How many kids did you have, Jamal?
Enough for you to say 15. But here's the reality of it. If you move outside of the city 50 miles any direction, you're going to save money. 50 miles outside of the city. You go into the city only for business. Move 50 miles outside of any major city, you will save money.
I don't understand what's so irrational about what Jamal was saying.
No, he said 50 miles. That's 2 hours outside of the city.
You don't see what's irrational about living in Richmond and working in DC? Are you serious?
50 miles is different if you're talking about Alabama and DC.
Yeah, 50 miles outside of Chicago after work, that's 2 hours drive. 2 hours drive. Anyone trying to drive 4 hours a day. Come on.
Whoever said it was cheaper to live Montgomery County than DC.
And literally driving 4 hours a day. Manhattan has congestion pricing, Bucks County does not. I looked up the average median household income in Manhattan. It's $101,000. It's not worth it. I want to come to this island and median household income on your island.
Be a father, you're a Christian.
Yeah, praise the Lord. Today is Sunday too. Hallelujah.
Lord's
Monday then. That's not worth it. The Bible don't say find people. It says turn the cheek.
So 50 miles outside of major cities, you are not saving $400,000.
You are correct. I mean, you are correct about the DC market, but the other thing, the other thing that keeps prices up outside the city is also zoning. Arlington County, you can zone you can zone more dense development close to metros. You can't outside of it essentially, and that lack of supply is also a key factor in housing costs, and that is something that is essentially driven by NIMBYism and essentially bad zoning policy.
If you put a pin on any major city, whatever city, you choose which one. Put a pin, and then we're on a map now, and then you just draw a circle around that 50-mile circle all the way around it. I guarantee you, within that circle, and that pin is the center of the city, within that circle, you'll be able to find where houses are going to go down at. Because it's just what it is.
That's which I think you're missing one thing. If you live outside of the city, you talk about 50 miles. Now, as a person who lives in the city,
50 miles.
No. As a person who lives in a city, right? If I was to live 50 miles outside of Manhattan, which is where I work, right? You're forgetting two things. A, it's going to take me almost 2 hours to get there, and B, this is really important now. But once I get into the city, hold on. When I get into the city, it's going to take me enough. It's going to take me another 45 minutes to even get to my destination within that city. You're losing the point that it takes too much time.
All right, can I get in now? Can I say something now?
Okay, no, I gotta ask you this. Do you know what city it is?
Let me speak to what you said first. I have something I want to say. Go ahead,
Damn, Jamal. Okay, good.
I'm sorry, I'm working with Jamal on this. This is not even really hypothetical. This is literally my life. So I'm going to drive 2 hours into the city.
Early in the morning?
No, I get up, I drive up 95 at 11 o'clock. It takes me an hour and a half to get to the station.
Nobody commutes from Richmond. That's insane to say that.
The point that Jamal is making is that it is much more to live outside of the city, even 2 hours outside of the city, and to commute in and out of the city.
You go to work at 11 a.m. Why are you
And so I meet my clients in the city.
Okay, TC, but other people have to work by 8:30 a.m.
I mean,
TC. That you're meeting clients, TC, right? That's not your everyday commute like you gotta go work at 9 to 5.
I am here 90% of my week. I'm in New York City. 90% of my week I'm in New York City.
So your time is not valuable, man. 4 hours driving a day.
Absolutely. It's exponentially more valuable because I can do business in the city and I don't have to pay the exchange and that's what
Okay.
I'm living in New York. I just want to say this. You can go up 95 through the Bronx. The Bronx is nice on the outskirts, not the South Bronx.
Never driven on that shit. You can stop.
I go far. I don't go 50 miles an hour.
All right. Can I just speak to some of my other friends that I haven't talked to in a while? Hey, Mel never comes on stage. Hey, G, you've been hiding out on me. I don't like it. I don't appreciate it.
That's nobody done.
Oh, that's what happened. That's the thing. Oh my God. This is not good. This is not so. And then Ted, hey Ted. But yeah, so I don't know where we are in this conversation. Hey Nathan. Hey Ben.
I saw an opportunity. I adored Mexico. So I thought, let me get on stage and ask for it.
Okay.
Well, hello, First Lady. Good to hear from Mexico.
Good to hear you.
Mexico was insane work.
Why would you do that? No, that's not nice.
I didn't say Mexico.
Is it finally?
Look, we all agree. Generally, yes, it is cheaper to buy a place in New Jersey or upstate New York, not upstate, up in New York than it is in central Manhattan. We agree. But the idea that it is going to be, the idea that you're going to save hundreds of thousands of dollars is absurd. Well, that's all we're saying. Come on, let's keep it. Come on. If you work in New Jersey, first of all, depending on where you are, DC, Maryland, a lot of them don't have the tax reciprocity deals they used to. So sometimes you get double taxation. That's the first thing. There's a lot that goes on. People live in Mexico and they're telling people, you save $400,000 for a house outside of Atlanta. I know what's going on. I watched the shows. What was it? They just canceled the show. I loved it. Egypt and Mike. What was that called? Married to Real Estate?
Yes.
The house was expensive as fuck outside of Atlanta. That's a fact.
That's a fact.
And also $200,000. You know why? Because a bunch of professional people who then have kids and move out to the suburbs. That's what's driving up the prices.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why people
It's like $750.
So here's the thing, like we drifted away from minimum wage, right? Because we started talking about the housing. And, at the end of the day, this particular argument is definitely based off of preference, right? TC, you're able to do this and be able to create, your vision and get it done. But I don't think that the average person would want to do the same things that you're doing, right? So, it might work for you and it might work for a few others, but that's not going to be the average person doing that. And I don't think that it would be possible. Like, there's a lot of traffic and a lot of things like that. People have families. And after a while, like, your life probably will change and it'll become something different, and you'll evolve to something else, right? But you're creating the vision that you want to live and it's working for you. But I don't like to put that on everybody and say everybody's supposed to be doing this to make things work for them.
Can I respond to this?
This is not ideal. Yeah, who wants to respond?
Concrete.
Oh, hey, Concrete. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. You know what I hate? I hate when somebody talk like that. I hate when there is a reasonable, rational argument on the table, and then there's this one scenario, one city, and the one set of dynamics that is supposed to dispel this general notion. The general notion is, the 50-minute driving time outside of a city is definitely going to be cheaper than 30 minutes, definitely going to be cheaper than 5 minutes. Why? Because proximity matters in value and in real estate, right? Location. So TC's perfectly right. Using New York or using DC, a feeder just eliminates all the other 50 employment centers in America, right?
Nope.
Even if you were to use Atlanta, right?
Nope.
There is no nope. Look,
It doesn't. Because did you hear the cities that Trent named? We're talking one second.
brother.
Well, let me make sure you were here in the beginning. We're looking at the cities that Trent
Let me
named.
say this before you try to
Of course not. You're just speaking without the context.
Bro, listen. If there's anything that I study, it's niggatry. So please calm down.
Yeah, stop using the N-word. We're not using that in here, bro.
Well, stop interrupting people since we're like enjoying, standards. Let's have a standard of not interrupting people. How about
Let's have a standard of knowing the context before we participate.
Well,
I won't interrupt you in the
Oh
context.
my gosh, brother. Listen. Calm down, man. You're like,
I'm
you're
calm.
confident. Okay, you're confident. You're
I'm just saying you missed the convo, Concrete. You just missed what Trent was saying.
Look. I heard the conversation for the last 15, 20 minutes. I've heard CC's submission. I've heard your submission. I've heard Trent's submission.
You didn't hear Trent's submission.
I'll still make the argument. The argument is
Be quiet.
employment centers. The argument is the employment. What happened?
He was muted.
The employment centers are where your major industries are, your number one high employers, right? Those are your downtowns. Those are your.
Concrete, you're not saying anything new. We all know
I'm
this.
supposed to say something new. I'm supposed to demonstrate that I understood the context of the conversation.
No, because he said 2 hours, not 15 minutes.
1 second, brother.
All right, but just 2 hours, guys, not 50 minutes.
No, 15 minutes.
No, he said 2 hours.
Two different things.
50 miles.
Oh my God.
50 miles, 2 hours.
All right.
Because he wasn't listening. It was originally about places.
This is being presented. This is.
There's a difference between driving 2 hours and 4 hours a day for 50 minutes.
It's not even worth it.
You're right.
Something was about McAllen, Texas.
You're
And
right.
then it got to 2 hours.
Yep.
50 miles. It wasn't about 50 minutes. We all know that if you don't live downtown, it's cheaper. Let's just change the movie to New Car.
So we're not gonna raise the minimum wage.
They're not.
We should put the minimum wage in place.
I'm now in agreement with you and Nadia that it would make sense to make the minimum wage commensurate to inflation, even if it increases. But I
Put the mic is in the submarine.
not gonna drop the shit in the pool. But what I'm thinking about it, yeah, I dropped it in the pool on a cruise. It don't matter. I gotta get
We'll
it.
get in it. Yeah, we took the
I know. Everybody said I don't get one. I got 2 phones. I get one. But anyway,
You got 2 phones.
I have a work anyway. It doesn't matter. I agree with Eva and others that said that minimum wage should be commensurate with inflation, and I don't think that would have a dramatic increase on like inflation or local productivity. I think that's fine.
That's a good check. I would see what came out.
I think one of the problems is that they've been arguing for so long about the minimum wage being risen and it's going to cause this and cause that. And we could have just risen the shit already and been done with it. It could have been slow. Well, I mean, the shit has been slow. It's been like 20 years, I feel like, or more. So if they would have took the time and, update the minimum wage across the board in the entire country, then by now we would probably actually match what the wage really is.
But if I'm remembering correctly, like back in 2021 or maybe 2022, there was a proposal to have the minimum wage incrementally increase.
It was still too late.
It was. I remember that.
Yeah.
20 years ago, bro.
I know, but I thought, I guess back then, I thought the compromise that Manchin was making was fine. It would have been pegged to some trillion inflation metric or something.
in the United States is like $7 and change. Like in New York City, we have 15 and change. So New York had to say step up and say fuck this. We gotta raise our minimum wage. This $7 and change is insane. Like I feel like that's what I made when I was in high school. It's crazy.
Remember, it's based on the amount of employees, right? So a lot of smaller companies were able to fly under the radar and not pay that minimum wage. But I think there should be proposals for. We know that these corporations get hella tax breaks. I would be an advocate of some type of annual bonus, something to help the employees, especially around the holidays, instead of and incentivize companies to do that. Say, hey man, give your employees a fourth quarter bonus on performance to incentivize workers to do a really great job, be productive. Hey, you had a great year with us. We actually have a surplus, because we know the bottom line is corporate greed, right? We know executive position bonuses, things of that nature. So there needs to be some type of policy of incentivization for these companies to take care of their employees. People are like, oh, you can't do that. These are private companies. Well, something has to give, because people cannot afford to live in the city they live in while working full-time jobs. There has to be some type of negotiation, like I said, policy. I would definitely be an advocate of give the employees, if you're not going to raise the minimum wage, if you're not going to pay them a livable wage, give them a hot day bonus, because y'all making a lot of money. I'm talking about the Amazons, the big companies, they can't afford it. I mean,
so that's where you're supposed to have president or something that's like president. That's what you're supposed to have a president of Congress that says, okay, fuck it, we just gonna pull all of the tax subsidies, right, from these, especially these big corporations. But if you raise the minimum wage and you give your employees matching salaries or matching hourly wages, then we give you some tax cuts. Well deserved. I think that should be the thing. The thing is, the government's just giving tax cuts away like it's fucking candy, and what does the
I've seen an argument with that. One second, Jamal. But with that, there's something called payroll taxes, right? That's why I would more be an advocate for a bonus and incentivize the bonus. Because when you raise minimum wage or you raise salaries, employers have to pay that payroll tax, and that's a lot of fucking money. So, and then of course with that comes maybe more hours, and then more hours means more benefits, and we know we're going in circles with this, right? We see it all the time. People don't get the full 40, like they'll get 35 hours. Great, we don't have to give them health coverage, right? So there's so much that is evolving around salaries that is a whole nother discussion.
Let me say this again. My chance, please. I just want to say a couple of words. God damn, you intellectual motherfuckers. Really. The reality of it is this. If you are not going to raise the minimum wage, and you're not going to put a rent check, some type of buffer where you can't raise the rent, which you'll never be able to do, then you're basically saying one or two things. We're going to subsidize the American people who make minimum wage, and we're going to pay them $800 a week in addition to whatever they're making, and you can subsidize them that way. Or we're going to pay for all the health care and all their insurance, and they get SNAP benefits. Now, you can do it either way, but the reality of it is you're not going to have somebody living in any major city. It doesn't matter if it's Sacramento, California, or Washington, D.C. Wherever you're living in the United States, you're not going to be able to make it on $7.25. If you start to take 25% off of that, as soon as you do that, $7.25 is $300. Nobody can live off of that. And so put yourself in that position. The guy who kept saying that he wanted to get rid of the minimum wage straight. He's only making $30,000 a year.
He was lying, Jamal. He was joking. Come on, bro. You gotta the room, bro.
Even if he is only making $30,000 a year, shame on you for even thinking that. You're a fucking dickhead. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. TC, what do you
I was
say?
on too much. Thank you. What you can know.
Yeah, just to be clear, guys, and there's a point I do want to make. Jamal, we do subsidize people that live below the poverty line. We have TANF, which is cash assistance. We have food assistance, which is SNAP, as you already referenced. We have housing assistance, where we can get money from the government to assist with their rent costs and their down payments and things like that. So he's talking about subsidies. We already subsidize people that live under the poverty line. That's number one. Number two, the way we approach the conversation of affordability is ass backwards. Okay? You're trying to solve an affordability crisis by raising the minimum wage, which will have continuing effects downstream to make it even more unaffordable to live in America. So you're trying to solve a problem, but you're perpetuating a much larger problem, making it worse. It's like you're trying to clean up shit with toilet paper on the floor. You're making a bigger mess.
That was gross.
I don't think he said that. So, I think here's the one that I would say. Actually,
I'm giving a solution. Are you kidding me?
I'm sorry, what's the solution, TC?
So the solution is to approach affordability from a different angle and to incentivize productivity. That's what you do. You wean people off of public assistance. You don't make public assistance. You don't make people. Stop saying, okay, let me finish. You don't give people more reasons to rely and spending. You're never going to out-government poverty. You're not going to be able to impose government so much of the people that they'll be able to work their way out of poverty by giving them more government assistance. It doesn't work like that.
So,
Hold on. You incentivize productivity. You provide people. Hold on. If you guys get interrupted,
you're repeating yourself over and over again. You said
you have to create more skilled labor force in the impoverished community. Stop fucking saying, okay, let me finish. You introduce skilled programs. You introduce funding for education. You improve education. You subsidize programming in early education that allows for these people to compete for the science-based jobs so that when they go,
All right, I'm coming in. All right, I'm here. What's going on? All right.
this is
Go ahead.
I'll tell you what's going on.
All right, no. I got it. What I was saying was going on, I'm just saying. Because everybody's talking. All right, we bringing it to a close. 28, one microphone. No, because you was taking, you be long-winded, knowing that everybody trying to get the mic, and he did it on purpose.
Listen, we're just laying in. Is it okay with you?
No, it's not. We know
Oh,
it's not. Okay. So we've heard.
You don't have anything to contribute to the conversation.
Don't say that.
I want to wrap this up by saying this.
The mod just told you.
Behave then.
Like Jesus. So this is the dumbest shit people say because we've seen this method, we've seen this works out consistently, especially from the right? We've seen the fact that they keep talking about to wean people off of social programs and get them to work harder. In the same breath, the same people you're voting for are literally cutting funding to these programs that you're talking about. We need to help lift people up from the bottom and fund.
Name one.
Hey, brother, in the first 5 minutes of you speaking, I didn't interrupt. Until you kept repeating yourself, that's when I cut in. So just at this point, can you give me 5 minutes? You gave 5 minutes, and I'll let you cut in. How about that? Thank you. So we've seen that the fact that we're cutting programs, we've seen that children have disparate impact and disparate outcomes if we stop them from eating when they're going to school.
That doesn't make any sense.
GC, cut it out. Just 1 second. 1 second. Give it a minute. Let's understand his position. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We've seen that if you cut this funding off from from the majority of people who benefit off of these programs are children, right? And families in need who need to be able to give their children the resources to not go to crime, to not go outside and do things they shouldn't be doing. But when you cut the funding for
give a fuck about.
Jamal.
Jamal.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Control.
So once again, right, these things are taking away from the children who actually need these programs in order to focus on their education, to focus on what can possibly change the outcome of their futures, right? So if we are cutting programs that are going to serve the community, serve children, serve parents that are in need, what are we supposed to do with the outcomes? What outcomes can we change? Now, one thing I actually do agree on with actual fiscal conservatives is the fact that raising the minimum wage is not going to support, right? It's not going to help the economy because you raise the minimum wage, you raise the floor for everybody, right? People who are in the middle class say, well, I can't make the same as somebody who's working a quote unquote lesser job than me, right? So they're going to raise that level too. And corporations will just continue to raise prices. So the more you raise the floor, the more these corporations will continue to be greedy and they'll continue to take away from the individual's excessive output. So you need $1,000 to pay your rent and you have $1,200 and you keep raising their pay, they're going to take $1,200 now. They're going to take $1,300 now. They continue to push up the ceiling to what people can actually afford. We have to have less restrictions. I believe we have to have less restrictions when it comes to housing, when building homes outside. You can't keep forcing people to only build 3 homes a year and then having 12 people want to live in these homes. That's not going to solve that problem, right? If we're going to outsource labor to other countries, which is, I have no problem with that, right? If we're going to outsource labor, we have to make sure we have a problem with that. I mean, there's both sides of the spectrum. If you're going to outsource labor, you have to authorize that labor to come to America as well too. You can't have both things. You can't tell corporations that if we hire people from other countries, I'm saying I'm an immigrant, but if we hire people from other countries, you bring people from other countries out that are saying that Americans can't do it, saying Americans are too stupid, right? Then we have to also in the same breath be able to train the Americans to do these jobs. But we don't have that on both sides. There's no solution to these problems because everyone's tugging at different strings and not getting anywhere. That's what I'm
This is not what I just fucking said. You said all of that just to get around to we need more steel.
Come on, bro.
It's got a 4-hour drive.
I just want to say just because
That's a fact.
I just want to give TC one thing. TC, I need you to look at the stats on integrity, productivity, and
I didn't get a chance to.
we need some of that. You're in the
Americans have become a lot more productive over the last 50 years than they were a while ago. Productivity has actually increased.
as have wages.
No, dumbasses, please. Let's have this big conversation. Jeez,
Okay. So listen, wages have not risen at the same rate as productivity. It has not. This has been a big thing that's been going on that we can see with our own eyes because you can look at any stat and see this. So when you say that, you're acting as people are not working hard, already busting their ass. Like, look,
niggas got 2 jobs and 6 side hustles. What are we doing? That's a fact. Americans are working so much harder than they were 40 years ago. And people are acting as if like Americans become more lazy. They have not become more lazy. Corporations became a lot more greedier. And we can't hold them accountable because on the left and the right, the people we vote for are both in bed with them.
So we keep talking about, is it the left, is it the right, who do we put in office to solve the problems when the same companies donate to both campaigns?
I don't think it's that. That's a hard. I don't think that's hard. That's so big. Hold on.
I don't like what you said for you.
I don't know.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him land.
I was about to give you education, which is
I don't know if Americans work harder now than they do. They may be at your job more.
It's comedy based on
I sound what you're saying.
Me and
I'm gonna hear from Mel. We haven't heard from Mel.
You can finish my sentence. Go ahead, Mel.
Oh yeah.
So what flavor wing should I get?
lemon pepper today.
First lady and Toya, you're a big back ass. As soon as I said wings, Toya, you hopped right in. Just
I can't help black people choose their protein for the
as soon as I said first lady, what wings should I get? And you came right off. You heard it. I got excited.
First lady part. I heard wings.
No, you heard was wings.
Maybe you could have done say with your geriatric ass and get
You big ass nigga, stop eating wings.
Well, maybe if you would hit it, you wouldn't eat no fucking wings.
I don't even hit the gym because I don't eat wings like you do.
You a $1.15 soaking wet at 5'7". Be quiet.
Well, to be fair, I'm actually 219 and 6'3".
You ain't a fucking secret. Be quiet.
You want that?
No.
He is.
Why did men always resort to betting?
This is crazy.
Go ahead, Mel.
He knows I'm not going to pay it, so that's why I bet.
I also 6'3". That is crazy. 6'3" guy. 6'3" to 19.
It's a little high for me. According to the real quick now before you go. According to the doctors, we should actually be under 200, which is crazy.
Yeah, they're saying the BMI should be at 190, which is
190 something. I've been 190 since probably.
I was never 190.
Yeah, I was going to say Toya.
You were probably 190.
Toya,
I'm so glad you guys are bonding. I think it's
189. So 191.
amazing. Oh my god, like, come on, everybody. Everybody, pretend everybody is like at one time, and let's go to the
Toya, I was going to say.
Back on the wig stand in the closet.
Y'all doing
So yeah, I'm gonna say I don't agree with the position that both the left and right are kind of the same when it comes to rating corporations. Like Lena Khan, you can ignore some of the criticisms, but like she took an approach to regulation of the FTC that kind of got the whole organization back to where it used to be when it came to enforcing, regulation of monopolies. So she blocked the Figma deal, and Figma went IPO, and everybody was so happy because, the market cap at that time was much larger than the Adobe acquisition price. She blocked the acquisition of iRobot by Amazon. She spent a lot of time looking into, various acquisition smaller tech companies. So I don't think it's fair to say that, both the left and the right are both kind of like sucking up to, corporations' power, because under Joe Biden, there was a definite shift in the enforcement of standards that we used to have back in the day. And secondly, you made a point that spoke about how if we raise the minimum wage, that would automatically mean that corporations would raise their prices. In an oligopoly, maybe so, but a lot of the things that people buy, come from markets that are in monopolistic competition, which essentially means that you have multiple firms that are competing with each other, and it's not necessarily in the best interest for a firm to raise its prices if it cannot coordinate with other firms in the same market. And so it's not a given that just because the minimum wage goes up 10%, that everyone in the market will raise their prices 10%.
Well, so we can have a conversation, and most likely Maya will step in and correct me if I'm wrong in certain places, which something that I do. But I'll give you an example of like how corporations just shift and they still pay the same thing, right? They make you pay more for something, right? It's a company called DJI, right? They make little nano pockets and cameras and things like that, right? And then when Trump imposed tariffs, they're a Chinese company or something over there. When Trump imposed tariffs, right, the prices had to shoot up. The prices went up a lot. They just created an LLC in Delaware and made a camera called the XTRA, Extra, and
prices are a little lower. And the company actually, in order to hide the fact they're still making the same exact cameras, they paid the Trump administration for this as well too. The same company as well in the Biden administration, right, was having similar issues, right? They were talking about this for a long time. So these companies continue to siphon off more money from American people and find ways to weasel in and out of deals, right? Whether it's the left, whether it's the right.
Hilarious.
So
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but companies are supposed to do this.
It's called capitalism, guy. Come on, dude.
Okay,
So
so
you're not saying anything new.
I don't have a problem with, like, you know, acknowledging that I think the left is a little more restrict when it comes to these corporations, but to act as if, right, like, these companies don't bow down to them and do whatever they ask them to do in the next 4 years when they're in office I think it's comical, right? Like, we saw that, you know, that Meta was also giving money to the Biden-Harris campaign. The same was giving to the Harris campaign. The same with the Trump campaign, right? Because it doesn't matter who's in office; they have to fall in line with the policy the person is doing, right? H-1B visas are a big conversation now. I've been talking about this for almost 5 years now. If we're going to talk about, like, you know, immigration is an issue and we need to stop, you know, the less skilled laborers who are from black and brown countries, but they fight about the Mexicans and blacks, whatever it is, right? Right? Like, there's majority of these companies that are hiring tech individuals, they're coming from Asia and India. And they're coming in droves, and no one has said anything about it for years, right? And it's, I'm not here to sound like I'm beating a racist horn, but if you're going to put cuffs on Hispanic individuals and black individuals in other countries, right? Why is there a free open door to these entry to mid-level jobs of people who are coming from Asia and India, who you're saying Americans are too stupid to do those same jobs? Like, your government, not just the left, not just the right, the left as well too. It's that Americans are too stupid to do the jobs that these people are doing. And that's an insult on both sides of the spectrum, right? And they haven't stopped it. They have not said anything about it. They've been in bed with these companies forever, these tech companies, to bring these individuals over. And I know Matt is stepping here, so y'all can go ahead.
Hey guys, breaking news. Businesses are engaging in business practices that are traditionally capitalistic. Hold your pearls, stop what you're doing. This is breaking news, guys. Oh my God. They're engaging in gatekeeping. What are we going to do?
That wasn't the contention, TC. The original contention was that Tory believed that both the left and the right have a similar approach when it comes to regulation of companies.
No, it's not similar.
This is what happens when you try and come to his defense.
I agree that the left is a lot stricter. It's not like they're stricter. They're stricter when it comes to these individuals, right? But at the same time, right, they still benefit from giving them kickbacks. These companies are still in business. It's an act as if the government, the individuals in power are still receiving donations from these large corporations to let them stay buy on things all the time.
So when Biden put in a minimum tax with no loophole on major corporations, what happened? That's just one that the corporations got. They just lost that one. Like, can you link up some the thing I don't like, yeah. The thing I don't, that's what I'm about to tell you. The thing I don't like about the they donate money point is show me the legislation or policy that proves some sort of correlative, let alone causal relationship. I'm not saying they don't exist, but if you just say, oh, both sides get money, that doesn't tell me anything. So I'm asking Tori. Okay. And by the way, Tori, the point you made about raising minimum wage is just simply false. The effect on pricing for minimum wage increases is negligible at best. It's been proven time and time again. People have won Nobel Prizes. One second, people have won Nobel Prizes. There was a time in America where the minimum wage was raised every couple of years for decades, and it did not have the effect that you suggested raising minimum wage. As TC rightly said earlier, a very, very small percentage of people are on minimum wage. I think it's less than 2%. It has no effect on price.
I'm not talking about the floor, not just minimum wage, right? I'm not talking about the people with the lowest of the low. I'm talking about in general them increases across the board. So if someone making $70,000 a year, it's say on income, sorry, not private incomes. It's $77,000 a year, right? And people who are used to make, $30,000 a year,
right, are talking about getting an increase in income, people look at that. People have those conversations, even at corporations. When you bring people into the same role, right, you end up having to move the ladder of it up. So at the end, if you're going to say that, I'm not disagreeing the fact that, you know, there's minimal outcome to it, but the same breath, what is the reason why corporations have been charging individuals more money for the same products over the years?
Because they're willing to pay it.
You know, not only that, because
They're willing to
consolidation.
Period.
We've had multiple rounds of consolidation.
Wait. Now, hold on. He's all over the place.
There's no.
Because you have a market for it. You're not going to be able to raise prices beyond the threshold through which people are willing to pay. It's capitalism for a reason. It requires capital. The more you're willing to, the more I'm willing to charge. Supply and demand is one-on-one economics.
Toye understands this.
No, he doesn't. He just asked a stupid question.
No, his question can be
trade. Like, we can't even like.
I love how you guys keep trying to sanitize it. There's no sanitizing
the fact that like we purposefully price out competition for better options for Americans because we want to force them to choose the more expensive American products is another way how our government does not allow us to really choose what we want to do. And
our government does not allow us to choose what we really want to do.
So let me give you an example of the car market, right? We continue to for years we over tariff the import of these other manufactured vehicles to America to make American-made companies, right, feel like they need to buy those cars.
We did.
While their products,
Who's the tariff on Mercedes-Benzes?
What was tariffs on? We over tariff Mercedes-Benz?
I'm talking about the Korean cars, Japanese cars, the Chinese cars.
Wait, do you understand what's the top selling car in the U.S.? Okay, so what are you talking about?
I couldn't even finish without you screaming. Are you okay?
It's hard.
Are you happy at home, bro?
No, I'm clearly not happy in this conversation.
Don't partake because at home you're yelling.
So what do you think? You're doing really good. Let's just bring it down.
Continue. Go ahead.
I'm not yelling at you, bro. I'm just having if I'm wrong, just tell me I'm wrong. Yell at me. Anyways, Toyota is a top-making car, but the top selling car in America. The same price for a Corolla.
So the government is telling Americans to buy Ferraris.
Toyota's here now, by the way. We built them here.
What is the argument?
I'm trying to figure that out myself.
She didn't know that they built Toyotas in America.
No. What's the fucking argument? That's a little argument.
The fact that they build Toyotas in America doesn't
You don't care about Toy, what's the major point you're making? I'm sorry.
Talking about Chinese cars, he misspoke.
In the United States, we lost the plot. Even buy it.
I think we lost the point. Yeah.
He kept interrupting. What he was trying to say. Yeah, what he was trying to say is we block Chinese cars. It's not Japanese cars. We block Chinese cars. That is why there are none sold. Now, his larger point, I don't know.
That was not what he was saying, dude. He said the government forces Americans into what they are allowed to buy. And he used cars as an example of how the government is forcing Americans to buy cars. Buy specific.
That was a bad example.
It was a horrible example.
One example. Hold on, Trent. Hold on, holy God. One example I could give would be networking equipment from Huawei. That would be a good example.
No, listen, it's hard. The reason why you can't buy Chinese TVs. I know. Look, he said Japanese, he meant Chinese. The reason why you cannot buy a Chinese EV or car in America is because of tariffs. So yes, the government has blocked your ability to buy those cars because we were trying to promote American manufacturing.
First off, that wasn't what he was saying.
I told you that early this year, y'all laughed at me.
Fucking idiot. control
Somebody. Creates a totally different point. And then Toye comes in and says, that was what I was talking about.
Those are automobiles we want because they
Automobiles we want, Toye. What's the automobiles we want?
Hey, if I was to fucking buy a BYD car right now because they're starting at $8,000 for a small SUV, you're fucking idiots.
So you're saying Americans want? Wait.
Idiots.
Yeah, I know I'm a dumb idiot. Okay.
I'm talking about.
All right, fuck you.
Y'all been doing good with no personal attacks. No personal attacks. Keep it clean. Keep it clean.
Because you're idiots. And you don't
Keep it clean. Keep it clean.
You didn't keep it clean with me, goddamn.
He called you something?
Yeah, you talking about your wife? Talking about your spouse?
Bitch ass nigga, fuck you.
Calm down, bro.
He's joking. He's just joking. He's joking.
Hey, bro, calm down with all that clubhouse confidence, dude. I told you, you're not taking shit from nobody.
Hey, TC, you keep aggravating this man. Every time he comes off the mic, you keep fucking talking.
He's dumb.
Let him complete a damn sentence.
Nigga, your mama dumb. She raised those
I'm saying in my face.
You were doing good, guys. You guys are doing good. Let's keep it going.
You gotta be blocked like a couple of other people on this. Keep it up, T.
Did you guys see the doctor?
Jack Liberal something crazy.
Just chill.
That's right.
Alright, so who's talking to me? Is Toye finishing? Or we're going to speak it? Wait a minute, because alright.
I'll start with the point I was making, right? I said Japanese, Asian car market. So I wasn't just speaking about Chinese and Japanese, I'm talking about all of them, right? Yes, Toyota's is the largest car seller in America, and they have plants in America. I know that I'm in the industry. What I'm talking about is the fact that there are other car market makers who would thrive in the American market. They would eat up the fact that Americans are looking for cheaper options. The median, I think the average new car loan, right, is now at $780, right, for a brand new car. So if you were to buy a BYD car, which is electric, right, even that's $8,000 for a small SUV, Americans would jump at the opportunity, but the government won't allow that to happen because they know what happens to the American cars. They fucking suck. They suck ass, right? So what I'm talking about is that there's so many restrictions that both sides of the party refuse to cut out. If they really want free trade, they really want these other countries to be able to provide the Americans the biggest consumer market in the world, the opportunity to choose what they actually want. It would crush these companies. They wouldn't be able to sell you the same garbage they're selling you for 4 times the price. That's the point that I was making.
And I'm glad the American government does that. Thanks, American government. Look, there's one thing I need to say. Look, and Toye, you come on here and you use your real name, and yes, you work for Capital One. You need to be careful how you characterize some of your comments. Well, I'm in agreement with you. Yes, there is a reason why we are blocking the subsidized Chinese market, because it would greatly affect American manufacturers. To say that American manufacturers suck would not be accurate, and I don't think that you would want your dealer base to hear that.
No, because all the cars were built on the same level, right? The problem is that because of the cost difference, that will kill the market. That in itself is not a free market. That right there, it's not a free market.
It's because China subsidizes. Hold on, so China subsidizes its market. Its cost of labor effectively. What Toye is saying accurate? I'm not.
No, what Toye is saying is not accurate, actually. What Toye is saying is wrong. Because BYD themselves came out and said they're opting out of engaging in the U.S. market for environmental reasons for their car. As a matter of fact, BYD does sell vehicles in the U.S. BYD sells buses in the U.S., trailers in the U.S. BYD has a lot of
vehicles in the U.S. So for a person that claims to be an expert on this, he certainly doesn't know what he's talking about. It's not the U.S. blocking BYD. BYD said, quote, we're not planning to come to the U.S. for certain consumer models, saying the U.S. market is, quote, interesting but complicated.
Yeah, no, so hold on, Ben. There is a 200% tariff on Chinese EVs, and no, I'm not. What I'm saying to, like, before we say that American manufacturers suck, that doesn't tell the story. Chinese have subsidized their manufacturing base because they can produce at a lot cheaper price. So yes, Toyota is accurate. If they brought over some of the Chinese models like SAC or Geely or BYD, they would be around $21,000 to $23,000. And we would probably have, like it's happening around the world, we would have some significant capitulation of the American manufacturing market.
So why not say that, Trent? I don't understand, bro. Like, if you're saying that from a policy matter, that there's a wholesale stoppage for political reason or for policy reasons, while they engage in free trade with China, that's different. But by saying that the American government stops American buyers from buying cars that they want, and correlating that with affordability and them earning wages and shit, that is schizophrenic, bro. It doesn't make any sense. It's incongruent.
Like, you gotta calm down a little bit. Like, what you're saying is accurate. But go ahead, CEO. Maybe you should speak on it.
Yeah, this posting a link in the chat about the Biden administration cracking down on Chinese automobiles, and there's been talks of national security concerns. There's been very high tariffs put. There's more software, and there are concerns around jobs. I don't know what controversial topic. I mean, Toya is right. Like, the Chinese automakers come in here and undercut the market, and that would be bad for Americans.
Stop saying Toya is right. It's not the point
He's right on that point. I'm sorry. Let me change my point.
Oh, so you're telling me that clock is correct twice a day.
He's correct if he is saying that there is concern about American automakers with Chinese automakers coming in the market. He is correct if he is saying.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly what
and
you're
the
saying.
point that I was trying to drive home and why when I say suck, I'm not mean directly the cars are just, because Americans have different needs for the cars, whatever it is. Or truck, buy truck, cool, who cares? When I say suck, I'm talking about the pricing of these cars is expensive. These American-made cars are very expensive. And people understand that. This is why there's different banks raising the minimum amounts of finance. That we're going 84 months. We're finding ways to accommodate these really super large payments that people are having to make to buy these cars. So if there was a free market where any country or any maker across the globe could sell their products in America, it would drastically undercut the way these manufacturers are able to price their vehicles, especially considering the fact that rarely 100% of these vehicles are made in the USA without having to import parts, having to import and export parts consistently, right? These are the issues that we talk about. And yes, the government has its hand in saying that we don't want to allow that to come into America because it would destroy the manufacturing of American car makers in America. It would destroy the pricing models. We've had this conversation 1,000 times on the Capitol Hill, on multiple different fronts on each left and the right. It is not a conversation that has been happening. It's been happening for years now. Like, the number one car seller in America is Toyota. They're the number one car seller. And because their cars are reliable and their cars are one of the cheapest on the market, that's obvious. People used to make up the fact that, what do they call or forever on something like that. They used to have names or acronyms based on the car makers because they're always in the shop, right? I used to work at Enterprise Rental Car. The cars that we bought the most of were the Nissans and the Toyotas. They lasted forever, and they had great return on value, and you sold the cars in the back end on our remarketing department. This isn't a conversation that's insulting to any car maker because everyone's had this car conversation on large scales, whether it's rental car companies or whether it's banks who are financing these car loans. Like, we literally have, I don't know what's happening anymore because y'all can share it.
Listen. Toya is correct. Toya is correct.
Toya, thick is for the acronym or repaired daily.
I think that, yeah, it was one of the old. It's probably like y'all age, so old people age.
Guys, listen, Toye is 100% correct, okay? Asian-made cars are better than U.S.-made cars. So Toye, everything Toye said for the last 24 hours is correct, guys. Everything, matter of fact, he said everything correct. Never once did he say every point he made was correct. Correct, 100%.
Afternoon, Patty. Anyway, anybody got a new topic? Texas A&M came back and won yesterday. That was hating.
Damn straight, but
Mac was hating.
hey, CDL, get that money out. Get ready. Get that $20 off.
I am not concerned.
Oh, okay. Let's bump that to $30.
That's fine. I'm doing that. March Madness is garbage. You be at UNT next year.
Texas got rain off the stick, and somehow McDaniels and the Dolphins. Somehow McDaniels is going to hold on to his job because now he's just beat the Commanders. It's incredible. I don't know how McDaniels is still.
To be fair, I don't think he's a terrible coach. I think they just have a terrible GM. They have terrible management. Their management is horrible. Tua is
The team was stacked. I think Tua was the wrong decision. I've always thought Tua was wrong decision. But the offense was dynamite that they put together, and the defense was good, very good.
Yeah, but when you have a new front arm throwing the football, you can't say anything. Brian Flores told y'all he was trash. Y'all didn't argue with him. They called him.
That was the owner. That insisted. Brian Flores. Hey, by the way, I don't know if Matt is still here, but Brian Flores has automatically won his NFL lawsuit. They should just settle out of court, hand the man $50 million because he was 100% accurate.
And they got Davon Leonard too as well. Davon was trash. I don't know about the ball ass.
So y'all think if Tyreek Hill stayed healthy and Darren Waller stayed healthy, they would have ended up finishing as a top 7 offense?
No, they really weren't. They were both healthy.
They were just gelling. Waller had just got it in there. Waller was starting to ball out before he got injured.
No, because your quarterback is dysfunctional. He can't throw the ball.
I didn't know Miami Dolphins fans. Stop it.
Well, you said what?
You said y'all. I didn't know Dolphins fans.
No, I'm saying y'all, the team quarterback, not y'all, not you. But even like they just had some bad decisions as ownership, like just terrible decisions. Like even when they hired what's his name from the old Adam Gase, terrible coach, and he started it all. Really and truly, it's his fault.
I'm talking about Waller's ball. What happened?
Oh, somebody else brought up Adam Gase. That was a terrible coach. Adam was horrible. But I personally
think to talk on the college team. Hey, but see, Waller. I mean, it's not surprised that Waller got hurt. I mean, like I would bet you $1,000 that he didn't make the entire season. Love him.
I thought he was a rapper.
He is a rapper. I mean, I don't know why he let Casey Plum go. My Lord Jesus, what is this be humbling?
You always calm down. You get too excited when it comes to them kind of women. Just relax.
The other thing you probably should talk about is interracial relationships, because I am in one, and it's a beautiful thing if you get you one. And unless you got a bad one on you, I don't want to hear that.
Trent Dog's a little weird. Trent be trying to dox. I don't know what it is. He's trying to like record me and send it to my employer because you doing some weird shit around Trent. I don't know what's wrong with you, bro. You be saying crazy shit, well, just calm down, relax.
No, I'm not trying to do that. I mean, I already know who you are. We're friends on LinkedIn. Like, bro, you're in Dallas.
Trent is setting you up to blackmail you, Toy. Just to get your money together. We better put together about $50,000 to pay off.
You know how many regional managers right now for Capital One? Stop. I mean, come on. I mean, tell you the same people I know, because you have to work with
work inside Frisco, but or inside
I'm
Dallas.
not sure about the world, but you trying to dox me. I'm about to block you on LinkedIn because you tripping.
No, I'm not trying to dox you. I already know who you are. Like that's silly. Like we're both public people. But I mean, like you have to work with Berkshire. You have to work with specific public people.
What the fuck are you talking about? So I'm trying to tell you.
I mean, like you're like I know who he is. He knows who I am. Like it's not like we don't know the same people. Look, I mean, the auto industry is not that far, and there are not that many African American.
My definition is not public. That's just the industry. Not the same thing.
If you were working with a bank, right? I don't know his sector, but if you're working with a bank and the automotive industry, we go hand in hand.
Right.
So
It's enough. It's enough.
Jamie Dimon. Okay, that's a public person. You're not Jamie Dimon. What are we talking about?
Yeah, he put it in the chat. He said, "No, you said y'all were public people, like y'all were Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez. Like, what's happening?"
Yeah, what do you think about that? Dude, what do you think about that comeback yesterday? 31-3.
We said it was gonna happen. I didn't think they would hold them scoreless. That was good. He was hating. No, I was saying that they would have they probably if they lost this, they still would make the playoff. But I like Mike Elko. He's my favorite college coach. What's going on?
Look at here, we got another thing in common.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you only know him this year. You didn't know him before this year.
I think we almost hired
You also loved Jimbo Fisher before too.
I did love Jimbo. I did.
Any overpaid white man who's not getting back to the people.
I know, I agree. Including myself.
I gotta say, you've been on more social programs than maybe any Negro in this room.
Whoa. That's a fact.
It's true. Healthcare, education, salary, retirement. That's a lot, man. You are a future off the dog.
I am.
That's fair. But you think you deserve it because you're white.
That's right.
Why people haven't realized that about Clubhouse yet. If somebody accuse you of something, just say yes and then move on from it. So, I have a topic, but I don't know the ins and outs. Maybe Mel could break it down. I just know some of the headlines, but I don't know what the fuck is going on in Ireland.
It's insane.
But it seems like the Epstein.
That's what the story is.
Which one? Boosters? Or not boosters? What would the word be, man? Like,
apologists.
Supporters. Not even apologists, like facilitators at the level.
Yeah.
It's the people in the Virgin Islands.
You weren't talking about the first lady.
God damn.
He had the first lady as his assistant. She basically, the UBI, the Attorney General initiated a lawsuit against JP Morgan to get $100 million-ish. And so they were going through deposition. The first lady was asked, whether or not she understood the gravity of the claims against Epstein. She said that when the claims in 2016 came out, she asked Epstein what was going on, and Epstein explained that he had a moment of weakness, and in her mind, that was enough for her to, continue working for him.
Was Susan's funds parked in JP Morgan?
Yeah, JP Morgan was like a big bank where he parked his funds and did all the transactions.
Okay, got you.
So is this related to the Stacey Plaskett thing?
Yes.
She's not bad. I mean, she needs to stay out. She needs to stay out of the limelight. Re-election, she needs to get out of Congress. She was texting him in, what was it, Mel? 18, 19?
Yeah.
And so a lot of the questions she might have been asking, they might have come from some of the files.
suggests, like if you look at the timestamp, she was getting her question, like he was preparing her for questioning in 1819.
It's really bad.
It's bad.
He would fly young women from Eastern Europe up into UVI, and he had the university there set up some like fake courses so that they could get student visas to stay in UVI legally. He was buying turkeys for the customs officials there. He would give money to the politicians for their home renovations. He basically was using his money and influence to just bend the rules in that territory to his will, basically. And like his island there that he bought, that was where all the fuck shit was going down. And essentially by doing that, he was able to get people to look away, even when they had young women, or I think young girls, going through the airports there. The funny thing is that the UVI Attorney General who initiated the lawsuit was fired by the UVI to cover up the PM, mainly because he was incensed that she would initiate a lawsuit against JP Morgan about his consent. And in my opinion, he was a little bit concerned that this lawsuit was going to result in a lot of things coming out, and it has.
Rolling back tariffs on something new for us. Trump signed an executive order on Friday making a change for products.
You want us to listen to that?
This cat doesn't make.
Oh, no.
They haven't settled the lawsuit. JP Morgan is currently fighting UVI, saying that UVI should have known what was going on. But in total, the lawsuits initiated by the UVI have resulted in about maybe $200 million so far from Epstein's estate going back to the UVI. People are concerned that this $200 million is going to basically be a money pot for people to, drain with all the corruption that's going on there. But yeah, they're still fighting it. I'll just post a Miami Herald article, GIF link icon. Hopefully it still works. That goes into all of this in much better detail. But I don't know, Trent, how do you feel about all this Epstein stuff coming out? Is it shaking your, MAGA sensibilities?
What makes you think I'm MAGA?
Your Republican sensibilities.
Republican you? Who's talking?
What are you trying?
I'm just trying to start shit. Go ahead.
Now that is K. Billy Hutchinson next to me in that picture. But that picture's from, I think, 2008. My Republican friends, I should say my MAGA friends, do have some concern. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene, because there's just like nobody else that is more the epitome of MAGA, has stood with Trump in January 6th. Even like when there were some Kevin McCarthy and others were starting to break away, she was steadfast. Stood with him through both the impeachment and she has been like the female version of MAGA, and for her to break away, I think it. I don't know by what percentage points it affects him. I'm gonna call it like 1%, maybe 1.5%. But she does have some sway, and it does cause some suspicion. 100%.
That's it just seems like people who are the biggest defenders of children and the innocent in American history. It's a little bit. I'm sure they feel bewildered that their hero is caught up in all this shit. But a part of me wishes that this had come out, in like 20, like all this hoopla had been in 2024,
just to see whether or not, Kamala will be able to like get the win back, depressing some of the MAGA momentum.
But I was reading this where they said that Pat Bundy opening up the investigation on the Democrats that Trump directed her to do could stall even after the House votes next week or this week to release the files, but because they've opened a new investigation, that could further delay releasing whatever files that they need to release. Is that an accurate statement?
I honestly have no idea.
But, I mean, what they're voting on is a bill, and you can kind of get the major provisions of it. I mean, even if the vote passes, which is going to pass, the Senate's not going to take it up, and the president's not going to sign it. So, this is good for getting people on record, but this vote next week doesn't release anything, or doesn't force the administration to release anything.
I think they could use it to get other stuff that they want, like ACA subsidies. But when that happens, remember this thing.
I think you're dreaming.
Okay. So I do think that's what's going to happen.
It was also dreamy. I remember when Biden was in office and the Republicans out of the House, people said they were also dreaming that Republicans would shut down the government, keep it shut down, but they dreamed it. The Republicans capitulated. Republicans always capitulate, just like Trump capitulated on tariffs on Friday. We don't even talk about that. They always capitulate. Always.
So, man, I got a question for you. What are the chances you think the Democrats will take no tariffs and ACA subsidies for blocking the Epstein files?
Oh, they're not going to get the tariff thing. I mean, the tariffs is a different thing. I don't know. I mean, I agree with Brett that Trump would probably never sign it. I'm not convinced it won't pass the Senate. I know they need the 60 votes. I'm not convinced of that. Touchdown Baker. Fourth initiative, 475. I don't know what's going to happen. I have no confidence. I got the election wrong. I don't know how people are so confident about what's going to happen, not going to happen in the Trump era. Like, we don't. All I know is the Democrats go in the House in 2026. That's the only thing I feel comfortable saying. I have no idea what's going to happen. I have no idea. I can see a deal with the Senate where they put the subsidies for a year. They'll give enough votes that get certain senators covered. Because certain Republicans are going to be covered for the midterms and 28 on these subsidies. Give them cover, give them just enough, let the firebrands in the red states vote against it or whatever. And then they tell the House to vote for it, or they discharge it. I have no idea what's going to happen, but I have no idea. Brian is very confident on these things. I have no idea. I don't know.
I mean, it's timing. The marketplace is already open. I'm just very dubious that you're going to essentially get to the point where the marketplace is going to close down January 1st and people have insurance for a year and do something after that. And the timing to get it done before that is.
They just reopen it. They have like provisions for special situations, right?
Yeah, it's called they're in charge. They make the provision. Just literally put it in the bill. They can do whatever they want.
People have to think that like things are like set in stone, and like there's like no way to change it.
It's our law. We're funding it. We can write anything, but we can't open some marketplace.
No, nobody says it's set in stone. They can pass single payer. It is just what is more or less likely to occur.
We'll see. I see a lot of planning. So the Epstein thing is the Hail Mary. I don't actually think it'll be the Epstein thing. It's a subsidy. I think they will allow Republicans to raise the limit for healthcare subsidies or touchdown, that Malik Willis, subsidies well, not subsidies, the health savings accounts. They'll probably put some other thing that they want Republicans in exchange for the there's reporting all over that Republicans are scrambling for an answer because they're afraid of midterms. They're afraid of healthcare in the midterms. They always get trashed on midterm on healthcare.
Well, which is the other aspect of it. Do you really want to help the Republicans solve this issue and take it off the table for the midterms?
I don't think the subsidies. I see what you're saying. I don't think they have people suffer. They will not suffer, but pay the extra money. So I think they would take it and still run on it. I think they would. I don't know. I think they're going to get a deal. Come on, I don't know. I mean, it's just a giveaway. Giving money to insurance companies. One of Democrat Republicans not wanting to do that. I don't know.
Dr. AG, is she here?
I think this is our nap time. Let me check the schedule for Golden Pond Nursing Home. 1 second. Yeah, they wake her up at 2. Yeah, they wake her up at 2 Central Time. She'll be up in an hour and 15.
You don't have to say anything.
She said she was 86 and I
That's what she's saying. But you're asking him like as if he has a schedule.
I wasn't asking him. I was asking the room. Oh, by the way,
I have a schedule. Golden Pond Nursing Home. Where dreams go to turn into nightmares. I got it right here. It's at 2 p.m. Central.
Hey, Maggie, by the way, the answer from yesterday is Bruno. I couldn't remember who it was. I had to look it up.
What's the question?
Bruno was, and he wasn't stoned to death. He wasn't stoned to death. He was burned at the stake for his views on.
Yeah.
On his central views, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, the church wasn't really in that. The church didn't really stone people. That wasn't their thing. They burn you at the stake. That wasn't really their thing.
But that was before the stoning came before the church, right?
I don't know if the Greeks. I don't think so-called what we call Western cultures were into stoning. I think that was. I have to look. I have to look it up.
No. I'm not even talking about the Greeks. I'm talking about before the church even existed, before the church existed. I think they were doing the stonings then, like, let's say, Old Testament. I'm not saying that it wasn't during the New Testament, but I'm saying, let's say Old Testament. That's when they were doing the stoning. No, that's true. If it was New Testament, they wasn't doing stoning. They were doing hangings and burnings. Oh, shit, man.
The point is, Maggie. And I don't know, and I'm not going into an alien discussion. Don't anybody think I'm going to an alien discussion, because I'm not. Maybe kind of. But if it turns out that UAPs are not something explainable from not non-human, what does that do? And then I'm being serious about this. What does that do to the beliefs about religion? Because the vice president says that they're demons. So I should say.
Oh yeah, because of you, Magga, I had to go and do an AI. I never do AI of the comparison between Dodd-Frank and Glass-Steagall. Man, it's pretty. I gotta figure out how to share this PDF. Pretty good stuff.
Does anybody have the sliding door showers? I feel like every couple of weeks I gotta take the damn doors down just to clean. And it's fucking driving me crazy. Is there an alternative to this fucking slide door, glass door?
They're not. They're one of the most impractical things to put in the house, actually. I hate doing them in the houses. That's the biggest complaint people always get.
Shit. So I got to fucking buy, what's it called? Vinegar. I mean, I never liked the soda about vinegar. Shit.
USS Gerald R. Ford, carrier strike group led by the USS Gerald R. Ford, CV 978. Passed through the, I can't say this, Niigata Passage between the British Virgin Islands and Anguilla earlier today, entering the Caribbean B&C from the Northern Atlantic. She is now joined by the Iwo Jima amphibious ready group alongside other naval and air assets. Part of the Joint Force Southern Spear, tasked to defeat and dismantling cartel networks that exploited shared borders and maritime domains within the United States.
This is going to be still gone.
It's gone down, baby.
They're going to go into Venezuela and do what?
If it ain't going down, you're going to make it go down. It's going on.
No, me talking about news, it doesn't change anything. Maduro apparently did offer Trump significant portions of the oil assets and some assets within Venezuela, but Machado has basically offered all of it. Said she's going to privatize 1 trillion of the industry. It is hard to tell like what side the populace is on. But I we were talking about this last night. I do think Trump. I don't think Trump likes bloodshed. I just really. I know that sounds weird.
Wait, what?
No, I'm serious. Like,
You gotta stop saying that, bro. You gotta stop saying that.
I know it sounds weird.
He's dropped more bombs than any other president. What are you talking
What
about?
is happening? Sounds dumb. First lady, hey, there's no personal text today. We're doing really good. Nobody sounds. No, it doesn't. Not Trent sounding. Hello. Not Trent sounding dumb, First Lady, but what he just said sounded dumb. Nobody's attacking Trent, but Maduro is calling for peace. He's calling for peace in a rally yesterday. He's calling for no more wars. And for you to say that Trump does not like bloodshed is crazy. When the first thing comes out of his mouth every time he is confronted with another country, I will come in like you've never seen before. I will destroy every word that he said about Gaza and about Hamas and about Iran. Are you really serious right now, Trent? Or are you just trying to make conversation because the room is quiet?
I'm very serious.
Why do you believe this, Trent?
So, mostly Gaza have been fight, not under. But
He said we.
What?
He said it wasn't. You said that most of it had to do with the idea.
I've been under Biden.
No. When he was talking about Hamas surrendering and he needs to give up the hostages and surrender, that had nothing to do with what you're talking about with Biden. That was his administration. That was him talking.
Again, I understand the way the man speaks, but to say somebody just said he dropped more bombs than any other president, and I'm like,
I didn't say that.
No, somebody else just did. That's what I was like, I don't even think that's close to true.
When he was talking about the attack in Iran when he was trying to get the bunker busters and all that, were you talking about that, sir? I think it was mailbox.
No. Who are you talking about?
I didn't say that. It was Toya.
That was him.
Toya, I don't know if he's saying that now. But can you explain why you think Trump doesn't like bloodshed?
The way he talks about war, I don't think, like the way he's talked about the Iraq War and the Vietnam War, I think he does have, I just don't think he's a warmonger. Like, let me put it in contextual terms, right? Look at the Bush administration.
Okay.
And what happened with Iraq? You had 350 to 500,000 civilian deaths, right? And to put that into context, yes, the 74 deaths we've had in Venezuela are bad, but it's not 350 to 500,000.
Yeah, it's not political. It's nothing active.
You've been in the military and Cheney worked for Halliburton. So you could just eliminate that out of the conversation. Donald Trump was never worn a real uniform, right? He definitely started this new administration on attack mode. Like, let's just keep it real. Everything about what he's doing is punitive in all these countries, aside from the terrorists. He's been threatening everybody with missiles. What are we talking about?
That's a fact. The way he talks about Trent, and the way he talks about the military, our military might, he is obsessed with it. And I think he's just waiting for the opportunity to use the military that he's constantly talking about. We're the greatest in the world, constantly talking about the advances of weaponry in the military. Constantly, we can pull up clip after clip after clip of him doing that. And every time somebody has a problem with the country, he puts the military in the forefront of, if you don't do this, we'll do that. It's been happening ever since he's been in for 10 months now? So if you want us to play clips of him talking about it, we can, but that was wild what you just said.
No, I agree.
And I'm not trying to be,
No, I agree with what you just said, and I got to address Kramer in the chat, because he said Iraq was 1 million civilian deaths, and yes, sir, you are, I guess you're correct. I mean, the numbers are large, but I was just talking about the portion of Iraq during the Bush administration. Then there is a portion of Iraq during the Obama administration, and who gets more responsibility for what deaths.
Hold on. What Trent?
Yeah,
we can all agree that Iraq was a fuck up, right? Like, how do you?
Yeah,
when he said that Trump doesn't like war, my feeling for that fact is maybe 2014 or 2008 forward, right? And so I just posted an article from the Telegraph. It was talking about how many airstrikes Trump has launched, versus Biden. Like, Trump has launched as many airstrikes in the first 5 months of his presidency, the second time around, as Biden did in 4 years. So I'm just trying to understand why you think that,
Which airstrikes are you talking about?
The airstrikes against the Houthis. Didn't we have a whole big thing earlier this year about
Yeah, the airstrikes, because they were trying to open up, because we were in essentially a war.
We were in a war with the Houthis.
We weren't in a war with the Houthis.
We were in essentially a war. We were in a war to open up the Red Sea, the trading sector, the trading lane. Right, that the Houthis.
So he was willing to use military force and kill people to achieve the ends. It doesn't sound like he doesn't like war. The other thing that's being left out of this is the fact that he's dropping bombs. He's dropping bombs constantly on boats, both in the Pacific and Atlantic. We have very little knowledge about whether those boats are actually traffickers or what legal authority he is doing that.
I got. Before we go on to another point, let's take in context what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
During the Bush administration and during the Obama administration, and during the Biden administration, Biden is, I don't know, well, if we're going to take into account Gaza, it's going to be pretty dramatic. But during the Bush and Obama administration, how many people died versus the Trump administration?
We were
I really don't know.
Come on, that's an act of war. Come on.
You do absolute numbers.
This is dumb.
Why is that dumb?
You're comparing an act of war. Let me guess. Donald Trump, let me guess. FDR was too bloodthirsty. Because he killed people while beating the Nazis.
No. World War II, war of necessity. But I think it's a legitimate question. Could we have ended the Iraq War sooner than we did it?
If we had Trump as the president.
If we had Trump as the president, we would have just left the country in disarray and just fucking.
Oh my God.
Stabilized and probably be more terrorists down the road. Yeah.
Why couldn't we have ended it sooner?
Quicker under Trump.
No, I'm not saying that we would have ended it quicker under Trump. I'm just asking. Under Obama, which again, first of all, we have to blame the Bush administration for starting it. That's what I'm saying. You got to keep it in context. Okay,
Trent, you're using absolute numbers of deaths to make an argument that Trump is somehow, loving of peace and avoids war, right?
Yes, I'm comparing 500,000 deaths to 74. Yes.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But that doesn't make any sense, Trent. Because
that's why they call you MAGA, because you make dumb arguments defending Donald Trump. He drops more drone attacks year over year than any president. They changed the rules so they could drop more. He's dropping bombs on fishing boats. He's talked about invading and annexing countries. He tells cops to rough up citizens. He is not against bloodshed. He has the DHS roughing up citizens and non-citizens. Just stop. It's dumb. Go watch the game, Trent. Go watch the game. Go watch the game, bro. Let's go watch the game.
No. It's not fair not to have the discussion.
There's no discussion. You're comparing an active war when it was a war. There's a whole active war, invasion after attack on American soil like Afghanistan with 74 deaths. And my brother, the person who said the thing before about Gaza, they weren't talking about the 1 second. You said once the destruction happened after them. Excuse me, that's not what they were talking about when the destruction was. You said he's against bloodshed. He told Bibi Netanyahu to do whatever he needed to do to finish the job. He's not against bloodshed. Stop.
And then, so let me ask. So let's ask another question. Again, let's ask a question. What was the need for the Iraq War in comparison? Now, I'll give you this: if Trump goes into Venezuela and has active strikes on Venezuela, it kind of changes the narrative. But outside of the killing of Soleimani and the Houthis, you're right, I forgot about the Houthis.
And he's also killing Black Caribbeans right now. Go ahead, continue.
Literally dropping bombs all the time. Yeah, what's happening in Venezuela, I understand, is disturbing.
They dropped more bombs in Somalia this year than all Biden did. Do you follow news? You're our news reporter. You're our international correspondent, our economics correspondent, our automobile correspondent, our healthcare correspondent, our political correspondent, and you don't know basic news in the world.
No, I'm with you. I think right now in this administration, because it changed it to the War Department, I do think something has changed. I think the people around
because they changed the name, not because of the actual actions.
No, seriously, the people around it, we don't have the Mattises and the Millies. The people around him now are much more hawkish. And that's why I'm a little bit afraid of what will happen in Venezuela. I'm not taking that into account. But I do think, yeah, I agree. But I do think generally what I'm saying is, I do think Trump is apt to make a deal in Venezuela as opposed to just attack. But I think once you send this amount of force, you have to try. I don't think there's a way that we can like I'll say, oh, I was just playing, right, and let Maduro stay in office. I don't.
So you think he's trying to make a deal, but at the same time, you think he has to go on strike because he doesn't have the troops there? Is that what you're saying?
I think in his calculus, and it's hard to understand his mind sometimes, but because of the people around him, I think they are apt, and heck, Seth, like what he was saying to all the journalists, is that we are going to be a strong, force. We are not going to be a reactive force. We are going to be an aggressive force. And I think because of that mindset, they are going to end up at some capacity striking Venezuela, even if it is just to get a better deal out of what they think they're going to do. The last thing I'll say is they've been so heavily backed Machado that I think the forces are at play for a coup. I just don't see how it turns around at this point.
Okay, Jack. I find it fascinating how you we were focused on Trump and the actions and his talk, but now we kind of shifted it to be this ether of people around Trump, like Hegseth and all the hawkish individuals. Like the blame is kind of being diffused, right? Trump is a top dog. He's making these calls. He's the one, he's okay. It's okay with bombing fishing boats in the Southern Caribbean. He's the one that's okay with dropping bombs on the Houthis. He's the one that's okay dropping bombs in Somalia. Like he's the one.
The Houthis was necessary. Like I can't Houthis was necessary. The bombs on the boats, I think they should be you should be arresting the boats and not just bombing them from there. I disagree.
Why isn't he arresting the boats?
That's a good question. I don't know why they're taking that action. I don't know.
Why do they let the individuals go, like the people who survived the bombing, instead of charging them?
Hey, Mel, I can answer that question. I think it's going to seem like bloodshed.
To be honest, I think if he likes bloodshed, he would have went to Vietnam. I mean,
what is going on, Trent?
No, I think if you
come on, Trent.
You're saying like bloodshed on himself.
Yeah, come on, bloodshed on themselves. But I think there is an element of him, like when he talks about the Ukraine-Russia conflict, and I've seen a lot of these drone bombings and the action that you see, like when you watch from the camera footage of people in close combat shooting at each other and killing, some of them dying completely maimed, laying there dying. I think it changes you as a person, no matter if that's a Russian soldier or a Ukrainian soldier. You feel for a poor person fighting for basically rich people. And their country. And I think that has affected him. I do. When he talks about it, you hear it in his voice.
Wait. So he was affected by the Ukraine versus Russia war so much that he's okay dropping bombs on fishermen in the Caribbean.
Well, it sounds strange. Yeah,
it does.
I'm looking on the way it sounds strange. But this country has used a great amount of force around the world for quite some time. Going back to Vietnam and Grenada and Iraq and Iran. I mean, we have been a nation that uses our military to great effect.
Okay, so if the standard is that Trump hasn't started an active war, do you give the same kudos to Biden?
Do I give the same? Yeah, I think Biden was pretty restrained, except in Gaza. I just never understood the calculus in Gaza to the extent that it went. I understood the first couple of months.
He didn't bomb
he didn't bomb Gaza, but when we were
Trump didn't restrain Israel in the beginning of 2024. He was talking about.
He was asking about Biden, sir.
I said that. But you didn't say that about Trump.
Yeah,
so there was neither rule.
Biden has probably been the most peaceful president we've had.
Yes, we say so.
No, look, Biden's probably the most.
Come on, Trent.
Biden is probably the most.
You just said you could hear it in Trump's voice. You're telling me that you could hear watching the Iraq
the Ukraine-Russian war because of Trump's voice. The man whose voice is scratchy and has no tone. You can tell by his voice.
The way he speaks about it and the empathy with a man who has very little empathy with his
actions, Trent, not what he says.
About the way he said, you know what, fuck it, let Ukraine bomb him. You mean that guy who's thinking about giving, was it Patriots or Tomahawks to Ukraine? You think he gives a shit? When you think you can hear it in his voice?
I think he understands the Ukrainian fight more now, right? I mean, I don't know if he can't reason with Putin. But let me go back to Biden, because I think Biden was the most peaceful president that we've had. But the Gaza situation, I didn't understand at a certain point when we were in the UN vetoing the use of force, when every other nation, including the UK, was against what was happening in Gaza, and why we let it go on so long. It's still a head scratcher.
Because we have a policy to support Israel, my understanding. Wait. Do you think the UN vote would have stopped what Israel was doing? Do you think that UN vote is binding?
Yeah, I think if the United States had voted for Israel to cease, we would have stopped sending bombs. We would have stopped.
Well, that's a better argument. They stopped sending bombs.
That's a much better argument.
Yeah, but you think that people listen to the UN? Oh, we were bombing them. The UN voted no, we'll stop.
I think if the United States stopped sending weapons, said in Gaza, we were able to say, maybe we're going to stop people on the support and say.
Okay.
I have a question. So now, how many of the boats that you say were fishermen? I mean, you use that since I've been around about 10 times now. They different fishermen. What evidence do you show that they were fishermen?
At least two, based on reading of Trinidadian newspapers. At least two. And
how they're just fishing and they just got hit with a hellfire.
Yes, some of them are outside of this fishing. And heck, even if they're trafficking, I still don't need to get hit by a hellfire myself.
I can say this.
The U.S. has no right to go into Trinidadian waters and bomb people because it's a big like that's not acceptable.
Yeah. And what you gonna do about it?
Nothing. I can't do shit about it.
That's my response every time I get
it.
What could happen is...
And so TC, hold on though. And so TC, I can't do shit about it. But when you destabilize that region and you see all of those black and brown people walking up, up the peninsula, up to Mexico, and he's up to California, Texas, and he's on kind of immigration, I have to read about it then.
I mean, another thing, I don't know if you can do anything about it now, but hold on a second, Trent. I mean, it's just sort of a throwaway non-point. What can you do about it? You can't do about a lot of things at the moment, but I can tell you that people who are involved could be going to prison at some point.
That's absolutely the case. These are very dubious legal justifications. Apparently, there is a DOJ memo saying it's legal.
You know who can't go to prison? You know who can't go to prison?
We'll see, but if you're in the military or you're doing illegal orders, you very well could face legal troubles if there's a Democratic administration. I knew Donald can't go to prison anymore for strikes, but
he cannot. We know that. Do you see this? But what you don't know is
there could be ramifications for the people actually.
Yeah, the people that can't go to prison.
It's called the. You guys gonna put those people in prison?
Yeah, it's called. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
so what? Just because they're crazy, means they shouldn't go to prison?
Wait a minute. How could Donald Trump pardon somebody when he's out of office?
Who said he's out of office? He pardons them while he's in office.
That's not how that works.
That's not how it works. So how did Joe Biden?
Oh, so you're saying? Oh, I got it. So you're saying preemptive pardon?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, well then.
But you guys don't know how it works. So I'm explaining to you. Joe Biden literally did this for his son.
You see,
his son was
hold on. Okay, a preemptive pardon. That's a different thing. But if he preemptively pardons,
it's not a different thing. It's the same law.
No. When you say he can pardon them, I didn't know you meant preemptive. You forgot the adverb. So if you preemptively pardon somebody, I see what you're saying now. Remember, I'm the one that preemptive.
preemptively,
So
yeah.
how do you preemptive pardon every single leader then?
I don't know.
Nobody did it for his whole family.
That's not how it works, TC.
Hold on.
That's exactly how it works, Patty.
Hold on. Calm down. The point is that whether you preemptively pardon them or not, on this, you might be admitting something you might not want to admit.
What would I be admitting? MAGA? No, it's any official act
Okay, so I guess
that the president does on the.
So
Well, my thing about it is we don't know what's an official or an unofficial act. I think Robert's wrote the case is that if there's some question, it has to go through the court. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there is a process to adjudicate what is an official or unofficial act.
Yeah, that's where that case, that's where the January 6th case was before he took office. They were adjudicating that part of it.
Yeah.
So, real quick about the fishermen, because Mel, I've read the same things, and what you have to understand, Amari, and others, anybody else, some of those fishermen are compelled by the cartel to carry drugs. They're forced to do
more reason not to keep them from the sky.
That's where I'm getting to, Michael. Yeah, this is why you shouldn't be, even if you think there are drugs on the boat, those people don't really have a choice. So you should be arresting and searching as opposed to, using an inhuman drug. Okay, I'll end.
Well, and this whole, what can you do about it? I mean, are we arguing this is a good thing to kill fishermen? What are we saying?
So I'm arguing that you have no proof that it's fishermen. That's the first thing. So your premise is off.
Okay.
The second thing is that once you establish that the president is acting under his official duties as president, which nobody can question that him directing military operations in international waters is directly under the purview under the president.
If it's illegal,
yes, the fuck we can.
Of course you can.
There's a reason why he didn't shoot the protesters in the knees when he requested him. They can question. I don't know what you're not in the fucking army, dummy.
To be fair, he spent the night in high school.
That's right, you're right. I can't question anything that has anything to do with anything.
No, dummy, I'm saying they are allowed to question. They are supposed to question.
TC, it was an argument that whatever the president says goes.
You guys are listening. What you're doing is you're doing better.
Who keeps moving him down?
Don't move, TC.
He in the military. He a politician.
On the law, he knows all the law, everything. Culture, economics. I mean, he knows everything. He basically is making an argument that the president is unquestionable in his world commander-in-chief, as if the president can't do illegal things as well. Say a president were to commit treason in his as a commander-in-chief. Well, as commander-in-chief, he's allowed to give them the secrets. It was an official act. What are you talking about? It has to be adjudicated if it's an official act. I don't know, Trent, what are you saying? It's definitely an official act. We don't know what it would be. Illegal bombing of people. That's an official act that is determined to be illegal. I'm like, what's going on?
So I just want to say, are we saying that this administration didn't go through any of their White House lawyers? They didn't actually do any type of consulting with anyone. They just willy-nilly just dropping these bombs.
No one's saying that. I mean, you can go through lawyers. I mean, the Bush administration went through a lawyer. I think the man's name is John Hope, and he wrote a very set of famous memos saying the United States can torture people. Yeah, just because the lawyers went through it don't mean it's legal.
MAGA, I was thinking the exact same thing you just said. We can justify anything in this country.
So it'll be up to a court, right? It'll be up to the court to determine, and if a Democratic administration comes in and takes over, if they want to go ahead and pursue this. My question is, are they going to try to put the military people in prison? And why would they do that?
I think that's a great point. I think Pete Hegseth and certain people involved do not get pardoned preemptively. And I don't know, maybe they do blanket pardon, I don't know, whatever it is. And I don't know what the military code of all this, they got their own special courts and shit. People will be in deep doo-doo. That's why that man quit. What's his name, Patty? The black guy. He was an admiral. That was what was that brother's name? I gotta get out of here. He was in the combos. Can you imagine what the combos were? He quit after 38, 40 years in the he was an admiral Negro. He wasn't DEI. He wasn't woke. He was an old black man who was bald. That could do all the push-ups. He wasn't trans. He wasn't gay, sick in a wheelchair. He didn't work at Target for Pride Month. He had all the things. He quit. He quit. Can you imagine what he heard? People going to jail. I know y'all think, some people think Donald Trump will be president forever. That shit ends. And they're not, and I'm going to say this, I'll be done. We will never have another Democratic AG like Merrick Garland. Milquetoast Merrick is the first and last of his name.
And from my understanding, through the rumor throughout the military, with the senior leaders, he actually said no to the bombing in Venezuela. He tried to use justifications for why we cannot do what was being done, and they went over his head and used someone else. And he pretty much quit. He put in his packet. He wasn't the only one that tried to fight back. You got the Northcom commander who wasn't supposed to be retiring at the beginning of Trump taking over. He's about to retire. And he actually went and wrote a statement against the president. Why he thought the orders were illegal. So y'all keep thinking DC, you're not even a fucking private in the military. You don't even know what the fuck is going on.
I can see.
Hey, y'all.
Go ahead, man.
No, I was just saying good morning. Good morning.
I'm not a private in the military. I don't know anything about the military.
You definitely don't. Because you always coming off mic talking about something, don't know what the fuck you talking about. You're a fucking, you an expert in every fucking thing. But your ass is blowing balloons and setting up parties.
That's what you never seen in your life.
What's wrong with balloons? Y'all keep using the balloon as balloons. What's wrong with balloons? I like balloons.
This the same nigga that told me I didn't know what I was talking about maritime law and had to blow his. Bitch, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. You are a dumbass, and I need you to stop talking to me about military shit and not ever talk to me about nothing about the military, bitch. Because I spent 22 motherfucking years, and you will never have the expertise. You have no bandwidth to talk to me about the military. No bandwidth. None whatsoever.
Hold on. Wait a minute, TC, if she were hyped, that means she did take her Adderall.
Nah,
I don't think she took her Adderall. I mean, I'll be honest with you. You've been using words and stuff wrong. You said something earlier. You kept saying incubate. Did you hear yourself saying incubate?
That's exactly what I meant. Incubate. I literally meant incubate.
You've used words wrong. Hey, what's going on?
Are you kidding me? I use words wrong. You're lecturing me on using words wrong. I think you ought to keep quiet when you start to lecture somebody about using words wrong.
So what words did I use wrong today?
I mean, well, a couple of days ago, you were telling me that you were defending New Jersey being a red state. That shit blew me out of the water. I was known for eating you. I was laughing on mute, to be honest. One second.
What I said was,
you were defending that New Jersey was a red state. That was unbelievable.
So first of all, that would not be using words incorrectly. I asked you what words I used incorrectly.
You're right.
Hold on 1 second, sir. 1 second. See, I know you can see. So that's not a word using correctly. What I said was, and Scott Presley was the person I was using, was there were people who thought they could win the state. And then to come and lose by 13 points.
Wait, so you were wrong twice then, because you thought that Kamala Harris could win the election, and I told you she couldn't. Actually, we got one.
and you were dead wrong. You lost multiple debates against me, and you lost bets against me. You ended up changing your name, and then I think that's hardly one bet. I mean, she lost all of the swing states. Granted, the bet was for one swing state.
Then it's one
Hardly call it. You can hardly call it losing one bet. You lost pretty horribly.
If we're watching a football game and we bet on one game, but
what was documented was the one bet, sir.
We made it look, and I lost the bet. But again, I asked you what word I used incorrectly, and you said calling the red state, which I didn't, by the way. New Jersey's not a red, it's a blue state. But its governor does switch, and no Democrat had won in a row. Scott Percy and the others, Jack Ciattarelli thought they could win all of that.
Yeah, but you said I used the words wrong, and you haven't given me one word I've used wrong yet.
I gave you mail. Were you a mail? Are you there?
I meant exactly what I said when I said it.
Mail, are you there?
You know what incubate means?
Mail, are you there?
No, it's not there.
You didn't even know what I said. You don't even have a
Mail,
clue what I
are you
said.
there?
You're just pulling shit out of your ass.
Mail, are you there? Mail, are you there?
I think he went to go get the mail.
Are you retarded?
He's not there.
Well,
I'm not retarded.
MAGA, I don't take Adderall because I don't do drugs. Let me be very clear. And it's unfortunate. Sir, you know what? You can't insult me because guess what? I'm very clear on who I am, and unfortunately, I think you need to stick to weddings. I think you need to stick to wedding planning and lighting people's candles and worrying about making sure that you get it. Make sure that you stick to getting tip wages. Make sure you stick to getting tip wages and worry about that. Because I make sure that I keep planes in the sky so you
Where's your husband, ma'am?
Sir, don't worry about what I have. Don't worry about that. Make sure Sir, you're derailing and you're deflecting, and I'm not talking about your personal life. What I'm talking about is the liberal again, this is what you keep talking about. Sir, again, you keep going in the wrong direction. We are discussing what we do in life professionally. So stick to the professional game. Stop talking about people's personal life. You are a wedding planner, sir. I'm a regional man.
Is there a point? One second. Is there a point?
You can literally Google me. You can't Google you.
Okay, TC. Okay. All right.
I'm actually a public figure.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Trying to have a dick swinging
Wait a minute. Listen, we're not gonna yell. I'm not gonna yell. I'll say I'm not gonna yell. All right. We had a good conversation. It's 2:00. Yes, it's almost 2:30 p.m. And tomorrow's Monday. Can we continue having a good conversation? The personal text, that's when the conversation always goes live. Yep. What's going on?
So with the strikes, I couldn't help but defend myself when somebody's making it.
So with the strikes, well, I tried to move us on, but how are you defending yourself by making fun of the woman's husband or saying she don't have a husband? How's that defending yourself? I don't get it.
Right, he started with the personal attacks. He said that was all
I don't even know you. You came off mic to ask. It's the same team.
We're moving on.
Oh my God, yeah, what's going on, bro? I don't understand. You have to be calm. Why are you shouting? Oh my days. Okay, so it is true that there's a presumption that what the president does is constitutional. That doesn't mean that it is. That doesn't mean that it is. So what can be done about it? Nothing now, but something could be done later on. I mean, no, someone's in a commission of a crime. What can be done about it now? Nothing. And someone's done about it later on. I'm like, what kind of response is that? What are you going to do about it? I don't know. It's just strange.
I think we're starting to see the crumble of MAGA. If you've seen what's happening right now, a lot of people are disassociating themselves with MAGA, and I'm just talking to you, MAGA, that we will start to see, because I knew this was going to happen, the party of MAGA is literally falling apart, and we will start to see that people are outing themselves. We will start to see that people will start to go to jail. We will start to see that people will turn on each other. We will see people will literally start to get charged with crimes. As this administration falls apart, we will see people get charged with crimes. And as this administration starts to transition in 2028, we're to see who goes to jail. Yeah, that's where I'm going with it.
Like you said, people will get thrown in prison while this administration
No.
still.
No.
After.
No, I'm saying after. I'm saying not the president itself, but there are people who will start to transit out of this administration. You will start to see people who will turn on him, and he will turn it up on them. And there are people that will get charged with crimes, unfortunately, because he doesn't care about anyone. He is a party of one, and it's called Trump, and he could care less.
Yeah, she doesn't know what she's talking about. These people can't be charged because they don't operate in the civilian capacity, operate in a military capacity, okay? And there's rules and regulations that govern who can be charged when they're following direct orders. So I think it's a little bit more complicated than she. Okay, Code of Uniform Justice. Okay.
So I'm gonna tell you it don't work like that. So I've been a commander in the United States military. We're the ones that enact UCMJ action. I've been a commander, company commander, and a fucking battalion commander. So I'm gonna tell you it doesn't work like that. If someone gives you orders, whether it's printed on paper, coming from the president, coming from me, if it's an illegal order, they are supposed to say no. We just played a fucking video the other day where they said that senior leaders, officers, he said officers specifically, the ones that are working in planning, strategic planning, have been coming to this retired freaking colonel has this goddamn nonprofit organization where they fucking give legal advice. He said that they have had an uptick in fucking phone calls from these officers because they are afraid that they will be subject to UCMJ action.
Thank you.
You don't know what the fuck
you're talking about. I'm so sick of this motherfucker. And once you are
against local,
right,
national, international,
and ICC, correct.
You have to know these laws when we fucking walk outside the door.
You are fucking
fucking Iraq, and their constitution, Article 31 of their constitution says yada yada yada. Just because I'm in the U.S. military, that's 100% protection. I have got to abide by those fucks. And the orders I send my soldiers out on, I have to make sure that those laws are legal and justifiable. So you fool will not be, stop saying this dumb shit. That's not how this works.
Thank you. I'm so sick of this motherfucker because as a senior in this retired, we understand that this
breathe for 1 second. Let that breathe for 1 second. Like, seriously. TC, why do you do this? Like, you know Patty knows this shit. Like, a lot of people know this shit. Like, why do you do this? Let that breathe. Sis sounded like that commander, didn't she? God damn, Patty, I'm at attention, motherfucker. I'm sorry, y'all. I need to let. I'm at attention. Anyway.
But this is the stuff that I be talking about reform. It's like no matter what anyone says, he doesn't listen to people that are subject matter experts in this area, and it just fucking, it burns me. Listen, General Mike Flynn was literally, he was reprimanded. He went to jail. He got in trouble. It doesn't fucking matter. What your rank is, you can still get in fucking trouble. You are subject to the laws under UCMJ, period, point blank, if you fucking break the law. That's how this fucking works. You motherfuckers are weird and fucking retarded. Stop the bullshit.
So, right, you know what's also funny, right? I guess he thinks because he didn't hear that many, like, if you don't see it on TV, a lot of people, military personnel, prosecuted from Iraq and Afghanistan.
That part.
And were sentenced to prison for long fucking terms for fucking shit that happened over there.
Thank you.
That's
what I'm talking about.
It was a downrange zone. They have prisons in the middle of a fucking combat zone. Then on top of that, they transfer you to another fucking prison where it could be in Key West or fucking Queens.
Yep.
And you will fucking wait and fucking rot because your dumb ass took orders from a fucking stupid ass commander. There are soldiers that have been fucking, and they don't fucking advertise this, but soldiers doing something as stupid as fucking raiding a fucking home and hurting somebody is a fucking problem. Because their dumb ass commander gave them a fucking illegal order.
Yep.
Or you would have motherfuckers go out the wire when they're not supposed to be at the wire at nighttime and go fuck with local families. And there was one situation, well, probably a few more than one, where you had soldiers raping fucking kids.
Yeah, I remember when it came out that I think it was Iraq. Do y'all remember when they were like Abu Ghraib, Thank you. I remember that. Yeah, when that came out, what they were doing, and they talked about how those soldiers were punished, but he ran off like a little crackhead.
Because he's a bitch ass and he don't understand. Listen, senior enlisted folks like myself, I chaptered motherfuckers. I did all kinds of shit, just like you, Asian. We literally have done chapter packets, and we have literally done escorts. I did an escort in Germany for a senior enlisted soldier. NCO, who literally committed an essay in in theater, and literally he went to Mannheim, and we transferred him back from Mannheim, and he had to come back to the States and go to Knox and do his time, and we went through the whole process with this shit. So that's why I said, you motherfuckers don't know half of the shit that goes on. We just don't advertise the shit. It'd be weird to me when this motherfucker be saying this stuff.
You can't take DC seriously for this shit because, let's be for real, he's never been through any of this. In the military, your kids can't even fuck up. They'll get sent home to somebody. Okay? It's not close. The parade is not close if the doors go steal a candy bar and do a child. That's crazy.
Right. You lose your damn armed post privileges. And what about your armed post fucking housing? Y'all will lose fucking housing. Your dependent ID card could be snatched. All kinds of shit. Y'all will lose your fucking PX privileges. All kinds of shit. They will send your motherfucking family back to the house. What is y'all talking about? They with weird shit. Sorry, my bad.
Sorry, I'm gone. The TC essentially say that people who are doing the strikes, if they were really legal, would face no consequences.
Pretty much.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, this started just because I postulated that, Trump is not a warmonger, and I thought it was a good thing. And then it devolved into this conversation. Yeah, I think I think he's largely against bloodshed, and that's just a theory. I could be wrong, and I can be exploited, and made fun of largely against bloodshed. Okay, that's not the point of what I'm saying, Shadow. What I'm saying is we can have a debate. We were having a good, healthy debate about that, all of us. Okay, and we were going back and forth on different reasons. It doesn't. And one of my TC said some smart things this morning. One of my problems is that a lot of we were talking. I don't remember. We were talking about minimum wage. He said some things I agree with. That's all I'm saying. But one of the problems is our conversations often devolve into name calling and talking about who's married or not married or what you're married to, and just and a lot of cussing. And I think that is where I'm not being critical of the room, but I'm being critical of us. That's where these conversations break down, because in essence, we're trying to get to the same place on a lot of things, and a lot of us have different expertise. Some people like myself are know-it-alls and know way too much about every fucking subject, and I know that gets annoying. But I think we should acquiesce and listen to each other when they have certain expertise in certain realms. That's all I'm saying. It's been a good conversation with all of you this morning. I hope you have a good football Sunday. You guys take care.
And you're right, man. I think we're stupid. I think they're stupid. We're speaking to myself.
Yeah, but saying that I'm on Adderall and all this other bullshit is where this all started. So yeah.
So what are we talking about now? I just got back.
Trump is all warm and fuzzy. He cares about people and ending wars and having peace. And he's just a dictator.
Why do
No, any of the sarcasm.
why do pastors of churches make their wives co-pastor?
To keep public funny.
Is there a problem with the wife being the co-pastor?
Yeah, she's not a pastor.
You know what it reminds me of? In the military, right? Just spouses in the military. Spouses, right?
That's a good analogy. Like, I guess it allows them to make a salary so she's co-pastor so they pay her $200,000. Like, so you marry somebody, how the fuck are you a co-pastor? Now, how's a co-pastor different than first lady? Like, what's going on? I don't understand.
Some of them can preach, right? Or they, no?
I don't want to get into all the preaching.
It's like that.
They get these titles like someone in the chat's talking about unpaid labor. Yeah, being a Christian is often unpaid labor. That's what all that's to do is unpaid labor. And if you're the first lady, you're the first lady. Like I was just watching this, like here come the pastors, and it's a pastor, and his wife is the co-pastor. What makes her qualified to be a co-pastor, whatever that is, besides the fact that she married him? That's
But I have a question. If he had a calling on her life also, I'm just asking.
yeah.
If they both had a calling on their life and they were both pastoring, wouldn't that qualify her to pastor also? And I'm just asking.
Yes, for sure. I mean, well, we believe in female pastors, so I'm not going to get into that. But people are like you're into that sort of thing. That's fine. Then, like, your assistant hat, like you become, like there's a pastoral staff or whatever. So there's pastor, there's assistant, associate. Get one of those titles, but like co-pastor, I don't know. It's like, like co-CEO. Like, what does that mean? I don't know. So yeah, you can do it, or if you believe in that, she can get her own church or work at another church. But like, I don't know. I feel like the duties of a pastor and the duties of a first lady are different. So if you're the co-pastor, does the church not have a first lady?
Okay, but I'm flipping it on you, right? Yeah, but I'll flip it on you. Look at Potter's House. T.D. Jakes' ministry, Sarah Jakes was the one who took on the pastoral duties because her father handed her the keys to the church. Her husband became the co-pastor because he's now the first husband of the church, right? So where do we go with that? I'm just curious. Let me hear your thoughts on it.
One second. So let me back up and say this. I found the last years of the Potter's House. Wants to put you back. Let me say this. I think what T.D. Jakes has done
is a travesty before God, man, and St. John. I think that place is deplorable, and if I was a member of that church, I would have left and asked for a refund. I would have canceled all my tithes and offerings and sent a respectful letter and asked them to pay me back over the next 10 years. I don't know. I watched the ceremony where he handed it over to his daughter, and him, his wife, and his stomach walked off stage, the three of them. The whole thing is, between the Diddy parties, it's just insane. I don't know what these people are doing. She becomes pastor, the husband becomes co-pastor.
Right.
Guess what? Check the bank accounts. Check the checks. Is he doing? Is he officiating weddings? Is the co-pastor officiating funeral?
Yes.
Are they pastor? Are they doing that?
Yes, they are co-pastoring the church together.
So Sarah Jakes' husband is officiating funerals.
He's a co-pastor of the church, yes, sir.
I know he's not officiating funerals because senior pastors don't even officiate funerals in churches outside anymore.
Listen, I don't know. I'm not side-eyeing the situation. I'm just telling you based on what I've seen, they co-pastoring the church. That's all I'm saying.
So I get what you're saying now, because at first I didn't quite understand. You're just talking about, like, as a co-pastor, you kind of do what the pastor does, right? And you're like, well, why would you need a co-pastor as a husband or wife if in fact they're not qualified? Is that
so
the
Eric,
requirement?
Reverend Eric, I think Eric, to be fair, maybe ordained, so I respect ordination. So they say women do all the functions.
He's a bishop.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, wow. If it was a bishop in the church, I'd stop talking. It's like a group of people I respect, and I'll.
He's old, no.
Yeah, they're like, if he was literally a bishop in the Methodist church, I would go on mute. Women can do all the functions of a pastor. The UMC requires either a pastoral license or ordination, not necessarily. My issue is with uneducated pastors lacking a master of divinity. Those who refer to the evangelical black church tradition. Exactly. Just because I'm your wife or I'm your husband doesn't mean I have the qualifications to live. And a lot of times, I've seen it a lot. They make somebody first, co-pastor, as if she is ordained. Now, is Sarah Jakes' husband ordained? Probably so, because the Baptists will ordain you in the backyard with a hose and a tenderness of rib. I'm done.
Are they Baptist? I'm asking. I don't know. Do they fall under Baptist? Because I thought they were coded.
I'm in trouble now, brothers.
I knew it. That's all it took. Here come the Baptists. That's all it took. Good brother.
No, I'm letting you get it out. You clearly have an issue.
Yeah, and you also, there's no world in which a Kojic has a co-pastor woman.
That's not true. There was an example. There's not a Kojic church anymore. They were for at least 20, 30 years they were coaching. And she was co-pastor.
Oh, but she wasn't a reverend.
Listen, I mean, the truth of the matter is that the Kojic church does have structure, is connectional that way, but there's also deviation. And so, it's connectional, but it's also, not. It's off the way, so it just depends.
Now, I've got mine out. Would you like to drag the Methodists up on me?
No, I have no need. I'm content where I am.
Oh, you got all the oil. That's good. But anyway, First Lady, anybody else? It's such a strange thing. So I'm married, and I'm, I have my own thing. It's very apostolic. Well, no, maybe I'm not apostolic. But I have a church. Black church is independent or whatever, The Patty, what are you talking about? A Church of God. It's the what are you talking about? Church of God. And our founding bishop was Patty. And then I've been called, and I'm the leader of the, what are you talking about? And then like in year two, and hearing, what are you talking about for Church of God? I then make my wife co-pastor? Doesn't make any sense. Does she know what the Gospels are? Does she know the liturgy, the doxology? Does she know anything? No, she's my wife. That's insane.
Yeah, that's relatively new. It wasn't like that before. That's a new sort of non-denominational, you know, you say Pentecostal, but yeah, it's more befitting of churches that don't have a more conventional religious tradition than the Black church. Like the first ladies and things like that were well past more recently.
What would you say, like last 10, 20 years?
I'd probably say a little bit older than that. Around the time of like the swing of like the neo-Pentecostal like mega church era. I think they kind of filtered down to some of the smaller churches.
Do you think it was in some of the more cynical and venal ways, motivations was a way to get people on payroll? So if you had that title, you had to pay them?
Yeah, it probably also had to do with like how the church was passed down. I mean, a lot of these churches have had that aren't directly connected to, you know, we're talking about the AME and even Kojic churches to some degree. Like, you know, they'll have like some level of secession. I mean, not secession, but yeah, secession. Like who sort of proceeds. There's just been a lot of issues with who comes next.
Has it always been so nepotistic since?
Before you ask the question, I was getting ready to get in there. 1 second. Go ahead, brother. You finished?
Yeah, I can't. I was gonna say, yeah.
Okay, so I definitely seen it over the last couple, I say last decade or so. It could be for the money, but I also have seen some where the other person was definitely pastoral. But my question is, when did they have the conversation? Like, like how do you have that conversation? At breakfast, at dinner, on the couch? Like, I'm gonna make you go past that. Like, when does that conversation happen?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Wouldn't it follow the same doctrine of like the man is the head of the wife, and so therefore she's the pastor, she can't be the head of the husband in the church, so you have to essentially to reconcile the two, you have to make him co-pastor to give it any type of legitimacy?
Oh, on the other side. I mean, that may be a good point. Maybe that's why they did it in the T.D. Jakes thing, but the T.D. Jakes one, again, is singular because, I mean, with all due respect, that house is out of order. I'm sorry, I know that. I don't believe that. But it is totally out of order. T.D. Jakes, he has been out of order. The Diddy parties, come on, y'all.
Oh, you're talking about that? Yeah, I mean, you know, T.D. Jakes. I mean, you know, listen, this is the thing, right? You have, T.D. Jakes was always someone who presented himself as, you know, he's doing this thing, you know, he's pastoring over here, but he is also a businessman who is making much of his money outside of offerings. And people have criticized him for that, but he has sort of responded to the pastors always taking the church money as I'm establishing myself, you know, so it was the conferences. Some of them weren't even, religious in nature, right? You know, leadership conferences, then he had the books, then he had the plays, and then he had the movies, and then he was doing all this other stuff, right? So he was sort of billed as sort of separate or trying to differentiate himself, and others did, from like Benny back in and stuff like that, who were making their money solely off the backs of their own sort of religious work, Creflo Dollar and things like that. But then he gets criticized, and rightfully so, because he becomes, in many people's eyes, too secular. And then he's going to Diddy parties. And, you know, but this was a part of how he maintained his expenses, was sort of being the pastor to the celebrities and stuff like that. And, you know, apparently he's, you know, he said, you know, he has to be authentic to all people, and he started attending Diddy parties and dressing and really sort of
gaudy ways, but you know.
Well,
Yeah,
you can only produce movies and books if you have backing, right? And I'm not excusing behavior. I don't know what's going on, but what I do know is in order to get backing to make movies, you have to be in those circles. So to make a lot of the movies he made, like Jump the Broom and things like that, he had to be in those circles because you can't make movies. Let's be clear, guys.
That's very true, which is why pastors need to pastor and not be producers.
100% agree. But if your intent is to try to also make money, to try to not have your money tied up in the church, right? It's a hard sell because here's the thing. I used to go to Creflo Dollar's church in my younger years, right? When I lived in Atlanta, and I'm going to tell you something.
That explains a lot.
Hey, not too much on me, right? I left Creflo Dollar too because I left Creflo because I realized that I won't get in that story, but I will tell you this. What I realized is this: they were not for the people. They were definitely about how they tithed, and the only thing they were concerned about was tithing members, and how they live and how they treat people was about how they tithed. They live off of people's tithes. So they also were preaching prosperity teaching. So that Kenneth Copeland teaching was all about teaching people how to that prosperity teaching. I'm sorry?
Didn't Creflo change his messaging?
I don't know because I left the church very early because of that prosperity teaching. Right. He may have changed it recently, but in the 90s, that's not where he was. He was into the prosperity teaching, and it was very disgusting because
Bill Winston, Creflo.
I'm not finished what I'm saying. Thank you. Anyway, getting back to what I'm saying, and in teaching that, because of that, a lot of people in the church, they were literally like giving everything they had to the church, but they were still living in poverty. And they weren't, and I'm not talking about young people who had anything. I'm talking about young single parents struggling to survive in Atlanta, trying to do the best that they could, and they weren't getting anything. He bought that building property on the land here that was supposed to be a community area that's right there in College Park off of Old National, that was supposed to be a community area, and it's still there to this day, and never built a damn thing in that area. And it never did anything for Old National, and all the things that it was supposed to be a shopping center, and it was supposed to do this, that, the other, it did nothing. But yet you literally tried to buy a new G650, airplane, private jet for $550 million off the backs of your daggone congregation. It's disgusting.
It's a bad song. I'm talking about y'all.
Yes, and Evander ended up leaving because Evander gave a lot of his wealth to him too. I was there during the Evander days. Evander was right there front and center with excuse me, stop.
Well, I mean, what's wrong with that? It's okay, Roz. That's I mean, I call you Roz, like Roz off of Frasier. I mean, Ray, it's not on something so bad. You know, help they're going to help. You know, we all need help.
Yeah, I'll say that most black pastors have two jobs.
Money was raised by the church, and he bought the property that was on Old National. So no, Evander gave some of the money towards buying the property, but he didn't give him that property.
I didn't know the Evander Holyfield. I'm about to read about this. I didn't know Evander Holyfield got caught up with what's the boy's name? With Creflo.
Oh, big time. He lost a lot of his stuff behind that. Yeah. I was there. Yeah. I was there at the church. I was in the church at that time. I was one of the members during that time.
I need some good reading.
Yeah, please do.
I'm looking forward to it.
Hey y'all, I thought, because I worked, I lived in Atlanta at a time, and some of our paths crossed when I did events with clients that worked with him. I thought the property was Holyfield's property and that he gave it, but the congregation's money was to fund building on it.
No, it was not. It was not. No, it was not Evander's property. The property that you're talking about is another property. That was a private property. That's land that was separate. The property that I'm talking about is the property on Old National itself. That was the money that was we did an actual fundraiser. I remember because we did the actual raising of the money, and a big hoopla was done about it because it was called a building fund, and we put money in together as a congregation to buy the lot, so that way we could put the money in, and the intent was so we could go in and and Evander put in a lot of money towards it, so we were supposed to be building a building that people would be able to put their own businesses and do entrepreneurship, and that was the intent of it. It never did anything. Nothing ever came of it. It's still a lot there. A couple of people have leased a couple of things there, but it never worked out. It's still sitting there to this day, 20 something, almost 30 years later. He's done several of these scams. He's a scammer, Creflo. And anytime he gets caught in a scam, he goes back into hiding. It never fails. Like when he tried to pull the when he tried to buy the G650 private plane, because the old private plane was breaking down, and then he got caught up in that one.
Wow. But that's not the story of most pastors. And so we often have these narratives about the mega pastors and celebrity pastors. And so we map that onto, I'm not saying that's what you're doing, Chris, but those conversations tell a very different story than the majority of Black churches, which are much smaller. Yeah. Have older congregations, and those pastors tend to also have second jobs, and have full-time jobs, and work full-time, and don't have full-time or staff at all if they have been.
Because what he did was he ended up going to the board of directors, and he ended up going and asking them for the money, and they ended up giving him the money afterwards. After he tried to pull the whole scam, and they ended up giving him the money towards the plane, which I think was very sad, because when he tried to say they were going to get the plane to do missions and to put things. So for anybody who knows what a G650 is, and I do, you cannot put, let me be very clear. There's not a whole lot that you can load onto a G650 on a private plane to do mission work. You're not going to be able to bring much cargo onto it. Trust me when I say this, you wouldn't be able to load enough famine relief to do that. It would behoove you to send cargo. You could literally send more cargo on it and book it through a private, or you could do it commercially and send it through DHL or I guess or a FedEx doing family relief cheaper than to do it on a private jet. It just doesn't make sense because the cargo holds on those are extremely small. They don't hold enough. I mean, the most weight that you can hold on the max on the G650 is probably about maybe somewhere between 550 kilograms to about 1,000 kilograms. That's not a lot of weight.
Yeah, but
So,
even if you can't carry supplies, foodstuffs, etc.
You can, but it's just not a lot. That's what I'm saying.
But to be fair to Gruffalo, even if you can't carry a lot, you do look fly in one. So I can see why Pastor would need one so you can look fly. Because I don't think the G650 look fly. Let's keep it real. You can look fly in the G650. Hello?
I'm not playing with you today. I'm not playing with you today, go. I'm not playing with you.
Yeah, I remember the G650 thing. I remember in Copeland. I'm sorry.
You remember he's a Copeland baby. He was raised under the Copeland.
Yeah, a lot of the me and brother was talking about the Jackal, but we've talked about it before. I kind of got into. I'm going to read some more next year on. Oral Roberts is at the root of a lot of this stuff. A lot of this stuff goes back to Oral Roberts and DST. I don't know if y'all, or DTS, excuse me. Dallas, what's it called? This Dallas Theological Seminary. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of
Oral Roberts was in some trouble himself too, wasn't he? Wasn't he one of them with the prostitutes and all that stuff? I don't remember. But I'm asking.
Jimmy Swagger. But I don't know about Oral Roberts.
Kenneth Hagan. They're from.
Oh yeah, he's another one. Yeah, Hagan's another one for sure. What's his name just died, right? Not Benny Hinn. Somebody just died. I can't remember.
You the one in Texas?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hagen. What's his name? It was definitely an H.A.
Not Hagen. I'm talking about Hagen, right?
Yeah, Hagen.
John Hagen is supposed to die.
Yeah.
They said the Kofi, Christian United Federal.
It wasn't him. Let me see. I think he did die.
I heard of Hagen guy because he runs a big Israeli organization, nonprofit, like lobby, Christian lobby organization.
Somebody need to turn off their smoke detector. Jesus Christ.
It's my building. It's not the smoke detector. It's the
Jimmy Swagger died this year. James Dobson died this year. John MacArthur. That's a great Calvinist. Yeah, he died this year.
I used to watch him as a kid, just standing in that. Not Dobson. I'm thinking of.
Dobson's the one with the radio station. Dobson.
Yeah, not family. Focus on the family.
Focus on the family.
Older guy. He was a Calvinist.
It's on McCarthy.
No, he was I have to look him up. I can't think of his name, but he had the John.
Bobby is the black guy, the apologist?
Oh, no, it is MacArthur. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can get to my phone. Yes, John MacArthur, he's the Calvinist.
You know, Bob died this year too.
I mean, maybe it was somebody else, but
he's not
MacArthur was a Baptist who was a Calvinist, yes.
Oh, okay. What the hell is that people?
Imagine being a Baptist who's a Calvinist. Well, I guess you could do it.
Well, yeah, it's kind of hard. I mean, listen, the words, Eve.
Someone beeping, I'm walking around my whole house thinking that there's a fire alarm going off.
I was thinking the same thing, Lamar.
Y'all have me walking around my house thinking there's a second fire.
I was like, what the hell? Fire.
I'm over here I'm asking everybody, is there a fire? I go, what's going on? I'm asking the family, and I come back and shout.
You have to say Calvinist, and then just put a simple question mark on it. That was very strange.
That's crazy. I hit the BB too. Somebody should fix that.
Yeah, people looking at me like I'm crazy downstairs.
Get off the forklift. That's all he's saying.
I'm like, y'all don't hear that beeping? I was like, what beeping? I was like, you hear it, man. They told me to go back upstairs. Like I'm crazy and shit.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my mind around it. You might not. You just might be. I just Googled it. I'm looking at it. I can't get my mind around it. It's very strange. And apparently, according to his Wikipedia, he upheld the five main pillars of Calvinism too.
What was that?
What a blessing.
Brother.
This is MacArthur. You know what we call Tulip. He agreed with all. How can you be a Baptist and agree with Tulip?
Who was that, brother?
This is John MacArthur. He died earlier this year. He also was a cessationist as well. Cessationist. He believed that the gifts had ended. Oh, wow. I wouldn't have went to his church. That shit would have been boring.
Who was the big one that lost his church? Because remember, he was out here on the West Coast and he lost his church because he was really big, but he went a whole other direction and he like.
That's Carson. You're talking about I know he just died. They made the movie Come Sunday about the whole thing about hell.
Yes.
Yeah, Carl
Pearson. Yes, Carlton Pearson just died. Yeah, he just.
That's a weird story though.
No, he's been dead since 22 or 23.
No, he just died.
No. He's been dead for years. Like at least 22 or 23. Carlton
He
Pearson.
died in I think it was a few years. He died in I think it was cancer in 23.
Okay, yeah, but he just died. I mean, he ain't like been dead for years and years. It's only been 23.
Have y'all ever watched the trial? They have the full trial on YouTube. Have y'all watched it?
It's really good. It is. It really is. I mean, he was. That caused a lot of controversy in church. It was a great conversation.
Did you watch the movie, brother? Netflix of the movie.
I parts of it. It was hard to watch. It wasn't bad. I didn't. Yeah, it wasn't good. He didn't do him justice. And so I never finished it. I was like, why would the Netflix?
The trial of who?
No, when Carl Pearson, the apology is a
His apology?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
So they did the whole thing on the bishops. He had to go.
They ripped him apart, though. Oof, it was not good.
Yeah, but they didn't know the scripture well enough. I think he kind of won. If he won, I think he kind of won.
I have to look at that one. What's the name of it?
If you just Carlton Pearson's Tribunal Bishops Hell, it'll come up on YouTube.
You know they're trying to bring back another. You remember the oxygen, or I don't know if it was oxygen or forgive me if I don't remember which channel, when it was Dietrich Haddon and all of them, when they had that whole pastor thing. They're trying to revive. Yeah, they're trying to revive like a second. Hey, listen. I don't want to hear that beeping. They're trying to revive like another version of that again, to bring back like these pastors and have this conversation again about the church again. Do you think that's a good idea?
Nope. Wasn't Bishop Jones on that? No.
Yes. No. Yeah. Listen. No. That was a disaster. Yeah, and you know who married her? But you know he married her.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, you know he married the one that he was friends with for 20 years. Cause she big in the church, now. The one that that was his best friend for 20 years.
Imagine being a pastor in your 50s as a man and not being married.
What kind of jurisdiction do y'all people got? Apparently a lot of pastors do that.
Not one that I would support, but
didn't be the brother of Grace Jones. I think that was, that was also.
But he was dating all these women all this time. She was watching all of this, and then he turned around and married her, which was crazy to me. Because they've been married now like 4 or 5 years, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And she is she a lot. That's all I'm
So she wasn't on the show.
She was on the show. She was his best friend, and she was watching him date all these other women. And he was calling her the friend girl. Yes. Yeah. But that she's married to her now. And you know when he married her? He married her after the scandal broke about him being involved with one of them, where he was accused of being inappropriate with somebody, and then he married her, and she was his cover. So it was a whole lot of craziness that went on with that.
I mean, that's because y'all don't put demands on y'all's leadership no more.
Because y'all, I never went to Jones Church.
I'm not even individually. I mean, people that go to black churches, they don't put demands. That's unacceptable for a pastor to be on TV dating multiple women unmarried.
But Dietrich Haddon left his wife for the younger girl and went and had 2 kids and was on that show during all of that mess that was going on.
Also unacceptable.
Right. Remember all that mess was going on. Right. Yeah. And everybody thought it was acceptable.
That was years ago.
Dietrich Haddon, he is a mess.
He is. He's crazy. He's a lunatic.
He is a mess.
He's a lunatic.
You know, like now, when the primarily singing pastors became a thing, that was the end. With a lot of these modern age, gospel singers.
Lawrence, Donald Lawrence, who else is that? What's his name? But a lot of these singing pastors are gay, and they have hid behind the cloth of their gayness and have pretended. A lot of them are unmarried, or they bearded themselves and caused a lot of strife. What you mean? Why they all got what? Why
I mean, Kurt Franklin not gay.
I'm not saying he is, but a lot of them are.
I mean, I'm gonna just say this, right? The problem with the
Well,
black.
wait a minute, can we at least get a hello? Good afternoon, happy Sunday. Hey.
The problem with the black community.
Bullets gone. Oh, you got your own problem bullets right now.
No, stop it.
The reason why the black church is the way it is that if you really look at the breakdown of unwed children out of wedlock, they don't understand the basic principles that is taught in the religion. See, polygamy is taught in the religion. You know what I'm saying?
Where's polygamy taught in the religion?
Well, we can talk about King Solomon. We can talk about King Solomon for his 700 wives. And there's many other men in the Bible that have multiple wives. Well, listen, sir, I don't have to argue with you. This is scripture. I don't have to argue.
It's not a Christian scripture, though.
No. It is
It's not. What did Jesus say about marriage? Hold on, bullets real quick, respectfully. What did Jesus say about marriage?
Well, in the virgin and the manipulated New Testament version.
What did Jesus say about marriage?
He talks about one woman. But in the King James version, I don't go by the whitewashing New Testament.
King James is the white version.
No. King James is the real version.
Wait a minute. King James was a white king that got a bunch of writers in Jacobean England to write it. You think King James wrote it?
No, King James was a melanated man.
But who wrote it though?
It was written by a lot of people.
And they were white.
Okay, you could say white or whatever, but what I'm saying is okay, that's cool. What I'm saying is this, right? The King James version is the real version of the authentic version. And if you look at the practices before, our culture has never been
this is actually not accurate. Solomon was encouraging not to have multiple wives.
They was gifts. And the reason why he got those wives, he was told not to do the wrong thing. He was told
not to acquire many wives from him.
he was told
heart turned away. So disregard this command.
So you gonna cut me off? You gonna cut me off the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's cool. But what I'm telling you,
know what you're talking about.
okay, that's cool. That's cool. If you feel I don't know what I'm talking about. But let me just say, told not to touch his wives. Those wives were gifts that was given to him. Okay. So whether you want to say it was this, it was that, listen, that's our culture. Okay, our culture is not a monogamous culture. I don't care if you're gonna get people
How
to be
far
in.
back are you going for our culture?
Well, this is the beginning of times before we enter the earth. Okay, so
I got it. Is this the beginning of time? Yeah, let me get it out.
So you want to cut me off? You want to let me finish?
Yeah,
So,
let me get it out.
thank you. So when it goes to ancient, whether we talking about
Niggas out, so suck it. Go ahead, bro.
and how whether you talking about in the if you talk about in the so-called Americas or the Caribbean Islands, you know, our indigenous traits is to be polygamous. All this monogamy things is something that the white man is still does. It's something. It's a slavery mentality to even have to believe that you're supposed to be monogamous because polygamy is basically about nation building. And I had this conversation
about your freedom.
Okay. And a lot of these people is not talking about.
How can a woman how can somebody get pregnant with a dildo?
I don't know nothing about no dildo, sir. I don't know nothing. But what I will say is this: I believe in nation building. I believe in tribal building. I don't believe in what the white man say and his bullshit ass monogamy. You know, that's not my
That was a
culture.
red flag penalty.
What do you have? What do you have though? What nations are you building?
Well, sir, if I wanted to build a nation, what do they have to do?
It's
Are you married?
Yes.
Okay, are you happy with your monogamous wife?
Yes.
Oh man, hey, that's your business. But to me, that's not my preference. I don't want to deal with one woman. Why would I want to?
You're not dealing with any women depending on your politics.
Red flag.
No, you're not dealing with women at all because
Let me address that. So let me just say this, right?
Please don't.
Because he try to go a low jab. So I'm gonna entertain that and intelligent
with as few details as possible.
Okay, so when you have people like I don't know who this is, MAGA, whoever MAGA is, I don't know who he is. I've never probably knew he's been in the room.
It's a YN. He's a YN.
Okay, but let me just say this to this man, right? A lot of people are going to say they say things about Jesus Christ.
That's right. I love the connection.
Okay, but
What
people don't realize is that a lot of these people that have okay, I'm getting cut off. Like I said, when these people have these type of thoughts about a person they never met, never spoke. I've met a lot of women out there, they will tell you different about it. But when you listen to these people online, they'll tell you this dude was in love with whatever type of pronouns they trying to say or was on the phone with. And this is why I say people believe in gossip. Gossip is the way black people operate. They don't operate off the fact. They operate off the lies and gossip. Me personally, I don't operate off the gossip. I operate off the facts. So that's what I was saying about the marriage and even in the church. You know, that's the thing that's been going on for a long time. The problem is black people have spent more time with this whole mindset of or the man ain't shit. See what's going on with the church and what makes me mad with the church is that we allow the entertainment business to go involve themselves in the church business. You know what I'm saying? I never cared about what the pastor is doing.
This actually goes with this man speaking.
As long as the pastor preaching the word, that's all I care about. I don't care about if the pastor got 40 women. I don't care if he out there in the nightclub. As long as when we come to Sunday or But really, Sunday is not even the original Sabbath. The more technical Sabbath is on Saturday. But that's here nor there for people that don't know that. You understand what I'm saying? But we practice in the Western so this is what happens. But I don't know who that's doing all that, man, but y'all gotta use that.
I gotta be honest with you, I'm not gonna hold you real quick. I'll let y'all continue. I wasn't looking at it. I'm not gonna hold you.
It did. It really did.
And that won't be on that pretty bad.
Every Sunday, come on.
But at the end of the day, like, I'm not arguing with people online about what preference. Like I said, the internet, we got people on the internet that say anything. But when you a revolutionary and you don't have the mindset of this whitewashed America, of course they gonna hate on you. You know, these are the same people that told us to hate Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein when they wasn't the villains. The villains was the motherfuckers we put it off with. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think, to be fair, I think Saddam Hussein was a villain.
Are you comparing yourself to Saddam Hussein right now?
Well, no, I'm not comparing myself to them. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, if I really look at a lot of those men, right, and I really, like, I'm a student of history. So when you really look at a lot of these men that we call dictators or warlords and all that, if you really look at it, who was really the sponsor of these people? It was these people that was these oil barons that come out of Texas, that come out of California and all these different places, right? And made their millions and billions of dollars that are the lobbyists of America. And they said, let's go to war with these melanated countries. You know, I don't know America to fight a war with white Europeans. Like that whole...
You're right. You're right. Americans never fight Europeans.
I mean, but let's keep it real. That whole Germany thing, let's keep it all the way real, right? They didn't kill Hitler. Hitler got killed by the Redcoats, which is the Russians. So they had nothing to do with that.
Americans killed millions of Europeans.
No, let me explain this to you, sir.
Okay.
They killed more Asians. They killed more Africans.
I didn't say they killed more.
Okay, they killed more because if you really look at it, it's profit in let's keep it real. And I wouldn't call it the Middle East, but I call it North Africa. It's more profit in the Spanish going to the Spanish countries. That was commonly by
the American Revolution.
Okay, but if you really look at these wars, and even with the American Revolutionary War, right? That was a fucking lie, bro. Because let's look at that war, right? Let's look at the bullshit in that war, right? They make it seem like they was getting freedom. No, the reason why that war started was basically they didn't want to pay taxes. They didn't want to pay no more money to the queen. So because they were the queen, it was the king. Well, listen, sir. Hold on. They didn't want to pay to the monarchy. This dude cut you off. I don't know what I'm doing.
You're doing a great job.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you. You're doing a great job. So when you go to war with somebody and you